want to do including yourself. I want to take an automatic break then at a certain time. The meeting between this guy here.
We are live.
I'll call the meeting of the Planning Committee for December 8th, 2022 to order. Madam Clerk, has the roll been taken?
It has, noting that we are actually not at quorum yet. We're just waiting. Oh, she's just returned. We're now at quorum.
We now have quorum. Okay, thank you. Committee members, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest appearing on today's agenda? Seeing none. As a reminder, each statutory hearing will be handled separately. There are no items for consideration. Would anyone like to separate the minutes for discussion purposes? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a seconder for the minutes? Moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded by Mayor Davis. Any discussion, errors, omissions? No, seeing none. All in favor? Opposed, if any? It's carried. I'll now hand the chair over to the mayor, who will handle the statutory public hearings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sluss. So we have 5 public hearings matters on today's agenda. These public hearings are held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The purpose of the hearings is to discuss the planning application and to hear from the public either in support of or in opposition to the application. At the end of each public meeting, the committee will pass a recommendation, which is generally considered for a final decision at the next meeting of council, which this month is December the 20th. The name of anyone who speaks in regards to any item will appear within the meeting minutes. Anyone who wants notice of further proceedings regarding the application should provide their name and address to the clerk's office, and we do have clerk staff here this morning. The applicant will speak first, followed by municipal staff, and then the public. The applicant will have an opportunity to provide clarification to any questions or issues raised during the meeting. So we'll now consider the first item, which is 4.1. The title of which is a city-initiated technical official plan amendment, OP 0222, matters arising from the Supporting People and Business Act, Bill 13, and More Homes for Everyone Act 2022, Bill 109. As this is a city-initiated amendment to the official plan, I'll ask staff to come forward to present the amendment and to speak in respect to it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Patrick Fusser, planner, long range planning, and I'm here to give the staff presentation. Is it ready to advance? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm having trouble guiding with this. I apologize. So the purpose of technical amendments is city initiated. It's where staff note that ongoing provincial legislation, policy or plans have changed, and we are updating our planning tools to match the new legislation, policy or plans. The purpose of official plan amendment number 2, it's to introduce new enabling policies based on new legislation, update the list of studies that can be required as part of a complete application, which is part of more a toolbox approach, and then other associated matters. Sorry, I apologize. Next slide, please. So the first piece of legislation that we're addressing is Bill 13, and that added a new section to the Planning Act. That section allows council via its official plan to delegate approval authority for certain zoning bylaw matters where they're deemed minor. The delegation can be to a committee or can be to an individual, but there's no inherent change to the complete application process, the notice or appeal rights. Those are the same as for any other zoning bylaw amendment. We did review what was done at other municipalities. We found 4 municipalities so far in Ontario have utilized this tool. Delegation has been to city staff in all cases. Next slide, please. So staff have proposed a range of minor zoning bylaw amendments. They're shown here on the screen. We've outlined the rationale in the staff report. The intent of each item really is they're minor technical matters rather than substantive changes to a property for development, either where council has already addressed a matter or where we harmonize our bylaw or correct errors or omissions or just update new technical information. We've also just added corresponding policies that help enable and establish corporate procedures or conditions for the exercise of the delegated authority. Next slide, please. As part of the minor zoning bylaw amendments, we also considered an existing authority in the Planning Act. So any zoning bylaw amendment, council has an existing ability to establish alternate notice and statutory meeting procedures. Those are not specified for certain classes in the Act. Council is free to establish those alternate procedures as it wishes. We've considered that for technical amendments, we already have language in the official plan that would exempt a statutory meeting for an official plan amendment, where it's just minor technical information, either correcting mistakes, updating information in maps to reflect sort of reference information. And so a similar exemption is proposed for those types of corrections, again, technical, administrative corrections or amendments in the zoning bylaw, which are a minor zoning bylaw amendment as proposed. And working with ward councillors, if something is a minor zoning bylaw amendment and no statutory or no negative comments are received from the public within the 30 days of the notice, we would work with ward councillors and determine if the ward councillors feel the statutory meeting could be waived. So those are just some ancillary amendments. Next slide, please. So in addition to the official plan amendments and the wording of policies in the official plan, should council wish to approve the policies for minor zoning bylaw amendments, there would be some next steps, and those would be amendments to Chapter 15 of the Municipal Code. That's the procedure bylaw. Staff would work with clerks and legal to amend the bylaw to address the delegated authority. We would also be amending corporate policies, corporate 10 for delegated authority to add the reference to minor zoning bylaw amendments. And we would introduce a new policy in planning that would address the procedures for processing minor zoning bylaw amendments. And that includes consultation with ward councillors on the appropriateness of the minor zoning bylaw amendment tool, the potential waiving of a stat meeting if there were no comments from the public, and just to the reduced streamlined timeframes for the minor matters. So the intent of the timing in that case would be following approval of the official plan amendment and no appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal. That just so that when the bylaws are brought forward, there has been more time to consult with members of council, and also to just not have to hold bylaws in abeyance if the amendment is under appeal. Next slide, please. The other piece of legislation we're responding to with official plan amendment number 2 is Bill 109. Now, Bill 109 made a range of amendments to the Planning Act. However, the ones that are being addressed by this official plan amendment are the zoning bylaw amendment fee refund requirements that currently would kick in on January 1st, 2023, as well as some site plan procedural changes, pre-con requirement, application completeness review is now formalized, and also fee refunds for site plan applications. The amendments don't introduce new tools or take any away, but what they do is affect how we would be processing applications, and how we process applications will need to change because of these new amendments. Next slide, please. So the details of the fee refunds are included in the staff report, but generally the way they've been set up under the Planning Act is if an application receives a decision within the 90 days for a zoning bylaw amendment, there's no fee refund. Once you start exceeding that statutory period for where someone can appeal for non-decision, that's where we see a gradual increase in the amount of fee refund. So first 50%, then 75%, finally 100% of the fee if a decision is not made within 211 days, and that's in a standalone zoning bylaw amendment. 241 days or more for combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Site plans work a little bit differently. For site plans, it's not a decision, but rather the approval of plans and drawings. So the time frame to review a site plan and approve it has been extended to 60 days. But if not approved within that initial 60-day period, then the fee refunds would start in that same graduating scale, 50, 75, and 100%. There's no mechanism for the municipality to stop the clock. Application material is insufficient or there are matters that need to be addressed. We can't stop the clock for that. We cannot negotiate different fee refunds. We cannot adjust for events like municipal elections. And they do not account for external agency comments. Next slide, please. So our process changes that we're proposing and which are partially implemented by this official plan amendment we'll be reviewing applications for completeness. We already do that, but it will be more crucial and more thorough. The process will be front loaded. So applicants will need to have more aspects of their proposal planned and detailed earlier in the process for staff review and comment. Staff are also proposing public consultation, and the non-statutory consultation, that's the neighborhood meetings, would generally move to prior to a complete application. And we would likely see an increased use of holding provisions for zoning bylaw amendments. Next slide, please. So the first set of amendments that would implement the changes for Bill 109, the process changes, we would look at our policies regarding development applications, consolidate existing policies that speak to the importance of pre-consultation, that it's a required step. We'd also amend one of the existing policies and clarify that applications that deviate from what the city received at pre-consultation would not be deemed complete. Again, we need to have an understanding, a comprehensive chance to review that application and outline the required studies that we review. And then we've identified additional studies that may be required. Again, this is a toolbox approach. We do have to establish the entire list, prescribe every item that we may require. It does not mean that every item gets applied to every application. What we would be looking to is add items through this amendment that expand and provide more detail upfront for staff to review and clarify aspects of the application. Next slide, please. Sorry, and next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So in relation to the policies about adding new required studies, as we call them in the official plan, again, new items that may be required of an applicant to submit their application. Specifically in regards to moving that non-statutory public meeting to before the complete application process. We will also be amending policies in section 9.10, which is about public meetings and notification. Some of it is reorganization, simply separating the policies that speak to statutory meetings from the policies that speak to the city required neighborhood meetings. New policies 9.10 M and N will now speak to the neighborhood meeting alone and will clarify that it can be required before or after the complete application process. Our current process is to take the application in, work with ward councillors and schedule a neighborhood meeting. Now that would simply, in more cases, occur before complete application. So we're not losing a step, we're just moving it to an earlier part in the process. And then the existing policy, which allows ward councillors to waive a neighborhood meeting, is just simply renumbered. Next slide, please. So again, official plan amendment number 2 or file OP 0222 is one component of many other procedural changes that are underway in planning and development services or other processes we are considering and looking into in order to streamline the development approvals process here in the city. We've outlined a range of next steps in the report as well about other aspects. The members of planning committee are most likely most familiar with the DAP review, development application process review, which is currently ongoing and has been going for some time and has done a thorough look at our site plan, site alteration, sureties issues. That is coming to council through a separate avenue, not this official plan amendment. And it's just one component. So where the official plan is amended, we will also have procedures on the back end on how Planning and Development Services processes these applications. Those don't require the official plan amendment necessarily, but they are part and parcel of the same streamlining effort. So the proposed amendments do introduce a new tool for expedient decisions on minor zoning matters. The amendment introduces new tools to assist in reviewing applications up front, and the amendment will assist in making decisions within statutory timeframes. Next slide, please. So for those reasons, staff recommend that the application OP-0222 be approved for the technical amendments to the official plan, that the statutory declaration be included in the notice of decision, and that staff be directed to proceed with procedural matters with respect to minor zoning bylaw amendments and report back to council in the first quarter of 2023. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions of the Planning Committee.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was quite a detailed report, as I reread it again last night in detail. So the application for completeness, now that's crucial because that starts the clock running on our timeline. So am I clear then that what if we're going to have a neighborhood meeting, it will happen before that time?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And that way, any neighborhood concerns or any issues that we have that we think can be added that may be minor, then that adjustment can be done before the application is actually submitted.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And the applicant will also know what the expectations of them for what a completed application would look like and what's required.
Through the chair, that is correct. And that's part of the current process. When we do pre-consultation, we outline all those requirements. And so the new requirement in the official plan is the meeting notice, presentation materials, minutes, questions and answers. So yes, they would have that up front and then know what we're expecting to see as part of the complete application.
And have we done anything to move that process along the process before we're deemed complete? Have we got a time frame for those things, like when the public meeting will happen? Like
through the chair, the part of the process that precedes complete application, that precedes submission to the city, normally the city's not involved in that. That's the time where the applicant is coordinating with their consultant team, but there would be an expectation that we get notified. The applicant wouldn't be expected to have all of their supporting studies completed by that stage because aspects of the development might change, but it would likely be near to the time of submission, just then they'd work on their supporting studies and submit.
I see Nicole wants to comment.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Carpenter, Nicole Wilmot, Chief Planner and Director of Planning and Development Services. I just wanted to comment with respect to the timing of the neighborhood meeting. Staff expect that prior or after or during the pre-con process with the applicants that we would identify in addition with the ward councillors whether or not there's a need for the neighborhood meeting, much like we do now in terms of that process, except we're hoping to have that done, as you noted, prior to the acceptance of a complete application. So we would identify the need for the pre-consultation or the neighborhood meeting through the pre-consultation and then work with the councillors in how that is organized and structured.
And the site plan process is that's part of the site. When is the site plan requirement going to be complete? Or that's part of the timeline, the site plan, is it not? Where does that come in?
Yes, so there are new timelines associated with site plans as well. One of the legislative changes is that staff can now have pre-consultation meetings associated with site plan applications as well. And so we don't tend to have neighborhood meetings associated with site plan applications, and I really don't see that necessarily changing. However, there's always opportunity prior to the acceptance of applications where we can always step outside of that process, given if it's, a specialized project or whatnot.
So with the site plan application, it will be done in advance as well then.
With respect to the site plan application, what we're likely looking at is, again, I think what you'll see in terms of the theme of all Planning Act applications is a lot, and I think Patrick touched on this in his presentation, is the front loading of a lot of information prior to the acceptance of the actual complete application, because those timelines are significantly reduced and our ability to sort of collaborate and iterate on those applications has been reduced to the point where there's a punitive damage now resulting if you go on beyond those legislated timeframes. So there's going to be a lot more upfront work required on the development community in order to prepare those applications prior to acceptance with
And will we
at the
be
city.
fully ready to go digitally, electronically in January then?
We're hoping that it will be January. I don't think it's going to be January 1st, but we will be looking to be fully digital up and running in the first quarter of next year.
And a little bit of bragging rights. We're one of the first communities to be there, right?
Absolutely. This will revolutionize, I think, the way that planning applications are submitted, workflow is tracked, and what it'll also help the municipality to do is to establish performance metrics and to help establish the actual time that it takes to process an application, how long it's with the municipality, how long it's with external agencies, and even how long it's with the development community. So that'll really help us to assess our performance with respect to these timelines.
And the final question, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to attach one specific planner to each file so that they're dealing with all the questions in advance.
So what we tend to do and with respect to how we assign our files is we definitely look at pre-existing workloads and whatnot, but we always try to create continuity on a file. I think that that's very important. So oftentimes we see, there's the stacking of different Planning Act applications, whether it's rezonings and then site plans and sometimes draft plans. So we have a pretty robust team. And so we do like to try to create that continuity on files. I think it works very well in terms of, creating that relationship with the developer and having that background history really does help to process those applications in an expedited way. It's not always feasible just with respect to, our workload and what we're trying to juggle, but that's always our goal.
And the applicant knows who to contact.
That's exactly it. And sometimes what we find too is they build their own rapport and they often will go directly to a specific planner because they know that there's that history on that file. So we do try to maintain those relationships.
Thank you. Excellent report. Like the way it was done. Thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Carpenter covered most of what I was concerned with or wanted more information on, but the one thing, going to the public before we have a completed application, is it not conceivable that we could be having a meeting with the neighborhood on a project that ultimately ends up not looking like what they discussed at their neighborhood meeting?
So through the chair, and that's where the intent of having also the presentation materials, what was discussed at the meeting will help. And that's where also introducing a new policy that says where your application differs from what you discussed at pre-consultation, being incomplete, we can where there's significant changes like that, where it's not just neighbor impact, but a scope change by the applicant, the city will be in a position to say this is different than what everyone considered, and therefore it's incomplete, and there would be a new pre-consultation process, possibly also the new neighborhood meeting for the neighborhood to have that input.
But my understanding was that once they've submitted their full application, the clock starts. So now you're saying we can reset the clock then?
So through the chair, they submit the application for review. The city reviews the completeness of the application. It's only once we deem the application complete that the clock will start, and that 90 days or 60 days will start. So we have 30 days from the initial submission to review it and say this is or is not complete. If we get the submission and within 30 days, we'll be reviewing the neighborhood meeting materials and the pre-consultation notes and what they've actually submitted to move forward, where they differ, where the pre-consultation and neighborhood meeting materials differ from the new supporting studies that outline the actual proposal in front of the city, we would deem that incomplete. So that clock would not start towards the refund.
We would have 30 days then? Is that what you said? We'd have 30 days then to get that clarified or rectified, and then the clock would start?
Yeah, correct. We have 30 days to say this is what we discussed and we'll accept it. It's complete.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Patrick, I've got some questions about that. So the application's filed and let's say something's missing. Is it then automatically deemed complete at 30 days? Like this deeming that something's complete, what goes into that decision?
So through you, Chair, the city is in control of deeming the application incomplete. After 30 days, the recourse of an applicant is to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal and ask the tribunal to make a determination, is this application complete or not? So we have 30 days to review and issue them a letter saying your application is or is not complete. This is an existing process. That part hasn't changed through recent amendments. And so we're simply strengthening our official plan policies and practices, making that complete application review more stringent.
Now, you said that that 90-day timeline can be impacted by external agencies not responding promptly. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Well, could you not decide that an application will not be deemed complete until there has been a response?
Through the chair, that is correct. If we adopt the official plan amendment, there are items that are added to the list of studies that may be required for external agency comments. There are specific ones for the Conservation Authority, for Indigenous communities. We also have one for provincial ministries, and they're all pre-consultation comments and responses. So the expectation is where an external agency would have an interest in an application, the applicant would be expected to discuss the application with them first, identify the concerns they would have that would impact the file, and the city would have that information before it's deemed complete. If it's not there, we would deem the application incomplete.
Okay, let's take a specific example. Let's say there's an application, it's near the 403, so it'll require MTO input. And an application is made and there's nothing there from the MTO. Would staff then tell the applicant, you've got to get a response from the MTO and we're not going to deem it complete until you've got that?
So through the chair, we are, the MTO does have a corridor area, a setback from the 403 and any other provincial highway. If the file was within that buffer zone, we would expect that they get the comments. If the MTO does not respond, we still have the ability to impose that requirement of a consultation with the ministry as part of a complete application. And at that point, the ministry could say, we actually do not have concerns, but staff could take that initiative.
Okay, because what I'm getting at is what other provincial agencies typically are asked to comment? There's the MTO, what else?
Through the chair, I might have to defer to the manager of development planning. You might have a bit more experience with ministries that respond on the files.
And Joe Muto, Manager of Development Planning. To you, Mr. Chairman and Mayor Davis. Some of those external agencies or ministries that are typically circulated depending on the locational attributes of the particular application before us could include, as you said, Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Tourism, which in some cases would involve archaeological, and then the GRCA would also be in there, as Patrick had mentioned. Once again, depending on some of the other locational attributes, other ministries would be circulated from time to time as well.
All right, and so when is that circulation done? Is it done prior to the application being deemed complete or after the application is deemed complete?
So to you, Chair, the pre-consultation process basically outlines what based on our cursory review, what agencies or departments would be circulated. So we would know or have a good understanding of what their comments would have been through the pre-consultation stage. And if they're not addressed in the formal submission for that Planning Act application, there would be the need then to deem it incomplete. So a letter would be issued by the municipality identifying that it would be incomplete. If it is complete, and through this 30-day time period, what staff is going to endeavor to do is ensure and follow up or do that shallow dive with the application materials that have been submitted to the city for that review. If we do not hear back for any one reason from that particular agency, we would then deem the application complete or make our own analysis or conclusion that something is missing and do our best to follow up within those 30 days. If that is the case, we would then deem it complete. And it's my understanding through these new bills and through the province that that the Premier has identified that all ministries will be providing some form of response within a 45-day time period with regards to ministry comment.
Okay, so again, I'm thinking in my mind, I'm doing a hypothetical application, okay? So let's say it requires response from 3 of those agencies you mentioned. So you'll be looking for that, staff will be looking for that during the pre-consultation process. You may still deem it complete even when you haven't received a formal response, because you may conclude, we know what this ministry usually says, and this applicant seems to have addressed what we expect the concerns will be of that ministry. Is that correct? You might end up doing that?
Yeah, no, that is correct.
Okay, so then it's deemed complete. Now the time is running. And so you still are looking for input from that ministry in respect to the now deemed complete application?
Through you, Chair, that would be correct. The anticipation is that they'd be giving us comments in a more timely fashion than what they have been in the past based on this bill and the new legislation. The other items to consider, if that does not happen for any one reason,
Yep.
what committee and council will likely be seeing more and more of is the need for a holding provision on a, say, for example, a rezoning. And as Patrick has indicated, within the 60-day time horizon with respect to site plan control applications, there will be very detailed conditional approvals coming forward to address the 60-day criteria for a site plan control application.
All right, so staying with my hypothetical example, which of those ministries is often tardy?
Through you, Chair, most often it's the Ministry of Transportation, given that we have a lot of developable area in and around the 403 corridor. That is the ministry that tends to lag behind some of the other ministries that we circulate.
Okay, so let's stay with the hypothetical. It's deemed complete. You need MTO response. It's not forthcoming. Would you have staff still bring the application to this planning committee and council within that 90-day time period?
Through you, Chair, the expectation of staff would be to do whatever means possible to get an application before committee and council in the event that, we don't want to be refunding application fees going forward.
Okay, so it would come to us and part of the recommendation would include applying a holding category to this until such time as the Ministry of Transportation does provide their response. Is that what you're planning?
To the chair, that's absolutely correct. But I think we also, but recognizing we're dealing with a hypothetical situation, I think it also depends on the severity of the matter. And I think sometimes we will likely see that staff may be put into a position where we cannot support the application as a result of not receiving a provincial comment. And so we might see applications coming forward where we're not in support of that application as a result of that lack of information, but that will be assessed on each application as it comes forward and depending on the severity of the situation.
And in the same hypothetical, let's say it's the MTO that hasn't responded. Would the planning committee and council have the option of saying, frankly, we don't care, we're going to approve it, and we're not going to put an H category on it?
Planning committee could have that. They have that power. Absolutely. I think depending on which ministry we're dealing with, there's often a reliance on clearances that would be required. But at the end of the day, this committee can make those decisions.
Right, because I suspect we may find ourselves in that situation because the province seems to want to apply deadlines to us that they better apply to the ministries as well. And if they don't, then we may proceed. My personal opinion would be, I'd be inclined to approve planning applications if we're running into agencies that aren't responding in a timely way and aren't living up to the same kind of deadlines that are being imposed on municipalities. Question for you about the planning reports we're seeing this morning. Normally this is totally different now. Normally we would see the minutes from the neighborhood meeting. And I don't see that in any of these applications today. Not this one, but the other ones that are coming later this morning. Why is that? Why aren't those minutes being included?
To the chair, I think in an effort to streamline the overall reports, if there is no link in the actual report, then in some cases, for example, the first or the second item you'll be hearing this morning, it was identified in the staff report that there was no neighborhood meeting required. So some of the applications would not have required, and some of them may have been required. But if they weren't, if they weren't in the report, it was in an effort to streamline. But if there are minutes, they are available to the public and to all elected officials.
And if there are minutes of a neighborhood meeting, would you, moving forward, make sure you include them in the report?
Through you, Chair, absolutely.
Okay. My last question has to do with the amendment regarding floodplain changes to the floodplain overlay. And you're suggesting that that could take place without a public hearing. What if it's a fairly, this would be changes in the boundaries of a floodplain, which can have a very significant impact on a property owner. So why wouldn't there be a statutory public hearing if there's a major change in where the line's being drawn?
So through you, Chair, the exemption from the statutory meeting as proposed would only be where the floodplain is being removed from properties. So in effect, we're reducing the effective regulation on the properties because the Grand River Authority had done the technical work, identified the properties were no longer subject to the flooding risk, and removed the floodplain from that area. So we would simply remove that level of additional regulation from the zoning bylaw. If it was expanding, again, that would not be automatically exempt from a statutory meeting. So it's only where we're removing regulation.
So so if it is an expansion, which can have an impact on property owners who previously were not in the floodplain, will there always be a statutory public hearing?
That would need to be expressly waived. So the default assumption would be, yes, there's a statutory meeting. Now, the city only harmonizes our zoning bylaw with the floodplains the Conservation Authority prepares. They are the lead agency on determining where the flood risk is. So we can have that statutory meeting, but ultimately it could be more of an information explaining, pointing to the GRCA studies, but that could certainly be held. And again, that the default assumption is for expanding a floodplain, the statutory meeting would be held, and there would need to be some process to waive it. An explicit process.
Yeah, I would hope so, because that whole process would involve notifying the individual property owners, and they should know so that they can exercise whatever rights they have.
And through Chair, the notice requirement for all minor zoning amendments would still stand. So if the floodplain is being removed or expanded, the notice would go to affected property owners.
Okay. All right. So Councillor Sluss.
I just want to clarify. I thought I heard you say when you were talking about commenting agencies that the developer would reach out to those various communities. And one of them you indicated was the Indigenous community. So if I understand what you're saying, developers will be going out and talking to the elected band council or whoever they deem is representing that Indigenous community and getting comment from them prior to them coming here.
So through the Chair, the Indigenous communities already, they do send representatives now to our pre-consultation meetings. So when we have the pre-consultation between an applicant with a conceptual proposal and the city external agencies, city departments, we are also inviting Indigenous representatives. So this would be where they identify at pre-consultation an interest in that proposal, a specific interest. This would be a new mechanism to have that consultation up front before they submit to the city.
Okay, I've never seen any at any of the pre-con. I've been to a lot of them. I've never seen representative of the Indigenous community there. But having said that, I thought that you stated that they would be reaching out independently to these various groups so that the development community would be. Does that happen now? I didn't think that happened now. That could create a real problem for the city.
I will defer that to Nicole Wilmot.
Through the chair to the counselor, that absolutely does happen now. So our messaging, particularly particularly even outside of the pre-consultation process, staff are often contacted by various members of the development community that are feeling their way around the potential for a development application in the city. Our messaging to those people or those individuals and agencies is that with respect to Six Nations of the Grand River and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, what we often hear or constantly hear is the need for early and often engagement with these communities. And so that has always been the messaging. What we find is most beneficial is particularly with Six Nations as well as Mississaugas, the first time that they are hearing about a potential development application, they don't want that to be when they receive a formal circulation from the city. This is a capacity issue. This is also a relationship building issue. And so that is the messaging that we provide the development community. And to our understanding, that is what is happening and that's what's occurring. One of the issues, I think, in terms of a general theme with these new legislative changes that is happening is the development community will have to seriously consider the potential for a development to occur in the city prior to them actually making a development application. So what often happens now is what comes to us is somewhat conceptual. They're feeling their way around what potentially could happen there. They may not have an end user. The province, with respect to these legislative changes, that process is no longer able to occur. There really isn't the ability for somebody to come to the table, make an application, and not really be sure of what they're doing. So again, this goes to, if you are serious about making a development application, you're serious about a development, there's a lot of pre-work that needs to happen now. And part of that includes not only consultation with the community, but consultation with Six Nations and Mississaugas as well.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, Nicole. It just concerns me when I hear that we have a lot of folks that maybe are not familiar with dealing with Indigenous communities, and they're going in there poking around and asking questions that could cause a lot of grief to the city, because there could be protocols, there could be all kinds of things that are not adhered to because they don't know. And they're walking in there very cold into a situation that can be very volatile. But they're representing really the city, because it's the city ultimately that's going to have this, whatever it is happening within the city. And to me, it creates a real mess. I don't see this being helpful at all.
So through the chair, Heidi DeVries, General Manager, People, Legislative Services and Planning, we absolutely understand those concerns. One of the other initiatives of the city in recently actually was the hiring of an Indigenous Affairs Advisor, and that individual provides advice to the internal departments of the city of Brantford as well as to City Council, but has been a key individual in terms of liaising with the development community as well, in order to provide some insight into Indigenous consultation practices. We always let the development community know that it is really advisable for them to do their own due diligence in this regard and to speak to professionals who have expertise in this area, because as you said, it can be very complicated. And we do our best on the part of the city as city staff, including the Indigenous Affairs Advisor, to help facilitate those discussions. Ultimately, consultation with the Indigenous community where it is required is the responsibility of the developer, and the city has its own notification requirements pursuant to the Grand River Notification Agreement, as well as what Ms. Wilmot just referred to as our relationship building practices here, where we try to engage with our friends at Six Nations, the Mississaugas of the Credit, early and often on development applications. And the invitation to join our pre-consultation table was one of those initiatives that was implemented in the past year at the request of those communities. So we do quite a lot of work here in Brantford to help facilitate those discussions and to ensure that they happen in a meaningful and respectful way.
Okay. Have we ever had anybody show up to a pre-consultation meeting from the Six Nations or New Credit?
Yes.
We have. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe just add, maybe to Councillor Celeste's confusion. It's just started, Councillor Celeste. This pre-consultation invitation was about 4 months old. So that's why you may not have seen it in the past, but recently they've been showing up to pre-consultation meetings.
Councillor Carpenter?
Yeah, maybe I can add some more clarity to this. And those individuals from Six Nations and from the Indigenous communities, they are the same individuals. They are appointed on behalf of Six Nations and on behalf of the other nation. Sorry, but they are appointed. They're regular. We haven't had any issues, and I've been to several meetings that they've been at and they've commented very positively. We haven't had, they're professionals in their own right? They're not just anybody that they get to consult with. They're picked and by the nations themselves, are they not?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct. So the Six Nations has a consultation and accommodation process team. They are on most of our files. They work very closely with city staff, and the planning department in particular has done a great job of developing those relationships. As Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation also have experts within their own organization. So
Yeah, so with Mississauga, New Credit, and Six Nations, that like I said, they've appointed the same individuals. I think if there's a secondary one if one of them can't make it, but it's basically the same one or two individuals that are on the file that have their comments brought forward. So we won't be saying just go out there and and see who you can negotiate with. We'll have those contact places for developers, the individual names for them to go directly to who are already familiar with our processes.
that's correct. So through the chair, we do generally point developers in the direction of the individuals who we have contacts for, and we use the Grand River Notification Agreement and the contacts that are set out within that agreement as our primary points of contact.
Thank you. I hope that adds some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. So, not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Patrick. Hang on. You may have to do a reply. So now open the floor to, we now open the public hearing to members of the public who wish to comment on this particular item. We've not had any members of the public register virtually. So I'm then asking, is there anyone in this chamber who would like to speak to this application either for or against? If so, please come forward. Yes, sir. So if you look, please come forward. And if you would state your name and address. You push the button.
You're right.
Okay, that it? Okay. Having gone through the.
Sorry, sir, you have
process-
to identify yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Mike Simich. I live at 173 Mount Pleasant Street in Brantford, and having gone through this development process and listening to this the first time, I would say the system may work if you have a number one, a number two, or a number three. But I see all kinds of difficulties ahead, considering the financial penalties the city would face. I think it would behoove the city to take a project like the one that I did at 6 Beckett that took 3 years to go, and all of the difficulties that are fraught that I had to deal with, which were quite extensive. And it eventually was approved and it's built and it looks great and everything's fine. But I'm looking where I think, as I've done in private practice before, is to do a stress test. In other words, let's pick a project in which all of the knowns were there, for example, like the one I did. And what happens under the new legislation if this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens? I think, just to give you an idea, you had a whole neighborhood who said there was a traffic problem. The traffic studies that I submitted showed no problems, showed a queue of, for example, 3 cars. The neighborhood said there's all kinds of problems with traffic. We want traffic lights. We want this. There was a number of comments that came from the neighborhood. The city did their own traffic study and found that it agreed with what we had done, which I had paid for professionally. Then the city went and had to do 2 traffic counts. That's just an example of how this can get dragged on, for example. And under these timeframes, I don't see this occurring. So I guess what I'm asking here is obviously I don't want a tax increase. Okay, obviously. I don't think any of us do, but I see what's missing from this presentation is I see generalities, but I don't see nuts and bolts, and nuts and bolts are where this falls off the rails. That's all I have to say. So,
All right,
I
thank
would
you, sir.
hope that,
Just don't run away just yet.
okay.
Someone may have a question for you. Any questions to this member of the public? None? Thank you very much, sir. So is there anyone else who is in the chamber that would like to speak to the application that's before us? If so, please come forward. Yes, ma'am. And again, I point out to the members of the public, this is to speak to the application that's before us.
My name is Sandra Bigger. I live at 92 Superior Street in Brantford. And I'm just wondering, could you give us an example of what you would consider a minor variation in a zoning change bylaw? I have sat at council meetings and watched us go through variations many, many times. We consume a lot of meeting time on that. This could be a really good thing, but what exactly is designated a minor variant? I notice a lot of times it's the number of parking spaces that are available for buildings and that has to be changed almost every single time that a new building is proposed. Is this to address that sort of situation, or is that something that's too major to be handled? What exactly is a minor variation in zoning?
Yeah, Ms. Beard, this is not an open question answer session. It's a public hearing where you're making a presentation and comment in respect to the application that's before us. You've raised the question. Some members of the public do that. And then generally what we do is once you finished your application, a member of the committee may ask staff to clarify that.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just curious about exactly what is going to be happening. As I say, I've sat through many council meetings and this comes on a regular basis.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anything else, Ms. Bigger?
That's it. Thank you.
So don't run away just yet. Someone may have a question for you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So is there any other member of the public who is present in the chamber that would like to speak to the application that's before us? If so, please come forward. Is there any other member of the public that would like to come forward to speak to the application that's before us, either in support of or against? Please come forward. All right. So Patrick, back to you to do a reply. We do have a couple of questions there that members of the public have raised. I'm going to ask you as chair if you could please respond to that.
So through you, Chair, to the first question, and I'll try and paraphrase it accurately, but has there been a sort of a stress test and looked at the nuts and bolts of specific applications? Through the chair, that can be difficult. Again, what might apply to one application does not necessarily apply to any other in a given city. So we cannot just pick and choose applications and say, okay, we've accounted for everything. This is a brand new process that is being imposed on municipalities in Ontario. There are about 444 municipalities in the province, and we're all trying to address the new realities of the Planning Act as a result of Bill 109 and more recently Bill 23. We are looking at strategies to address some of those commenting agencies and moving that upfront before an applicant submits. And that also helps inform the applicant that, okay, there's complexities that need to be addressed, and maybe the project as originally envisioned may need to change, or parts of it aren't viable, but other parts are. So we're moving that iterative process from after submission to prior and to when the rest of the investment in studies and consultation would occur. We are looking at example applications we've had in the past and trying to map them out. That's not something that's mapped in the official plan amendment itself, but it is in procedures that we are doing, behind the scenes as staff with new, for example, e-permitting tools. Development planning staff are meeting regularly. I meet once a week with representatives as is a member of our development planning staff. This week, there was another meeting of several development planners testing out that e-permitting process and how it works with the comments back and forth, and how it would potentially address some of these outcomes. How does the circulation work? How does the input get provided?
So this is going to be a work in process.
Through Chair, correct.
But with the idea of continuing to improve and streamline the process.
Yes.
Right. So what about the second question, which is an interesting one, which is, what's minor? And
Mhm.
so what standards are staff going to use in determining what's minor and that they will deal with, have the discretion to deal with these amendments? And what do you see would take something out of a minor category and require that it come forward?
So through you, Chair, it's almost a what you see is what you get scenario. So the proposed minor zoning bylaw amendments are the matters that can be minor. So they're mostly technical. If council imposes a holding provision, it's staff can, where the conditions are satisfied, the conditions that were imposed by council that were subject to the statutory process, the statutory meeting, those can be cleared by staff through the passing of a bylaw when they are addressed. One minor amendment that maybe looks like it has the most versatility is the adding one permitted use. This is for situations like our current zoning bylaw that says there's two types of defined uses, retail and specialty retail. A zone may permit retail, but not specialty retail. We saw this with a bike repair shop near Grand River Avenue. I don't have the exact address. That would be an example of adding one permitted use. It does not allow relief from parking setbacks. It's simply saying the way the bylaw was worded back in the day does create these gaps. This is one way to address it. And I believe at that meeting, there was some comments from committee saying, why is this process being used to simply allow a bike repair shop? Where it comes to varying or changing from the standards in the bylaw, whether it's setbacks, parking spaces, height, density, that is still either a zoning bylaw amendment, which goes before the planning committee now and then ultimately council, or they can use the existing minor variance process, which goes before the committee of adjustment and is subject to 4 tests. Is it keeping with the intent of the zoning and official plan? Is it minor and is it desirable? So those processes aren't changing. They will remain as they do now.
Anything else by way of reply?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. Any questions? Pat? Yes, Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you, Patrick. And then to Mr. Simich's question, for example, the traffic study would have been done before the application was deemed complete. It wouldn't have been something that was done after, as I understand this new process. Everything's going to be done in advance. So even the public meeting would be done in advance of the application, the community meeting, but be done in advance. So we would know all those things. You wouldn't have to have, it wouldn't come to committee and then committee impose new things on the developer, as I think Mr. Simich is talking about. We wouldn't impose those new things. They would be already done and they'd be in the report, and we wouldn't be imposing new things. That's the whole idea, is that there's going to be no surprises. This is what you need to provide. Your application is deemed complete. You go to the committee and new things aren't imposed by the committee in the sense because of what was required from startup.
Through the chair, yes, that is the intent. The meeting would happen, then the applicant can do their technical studies, which can respond to the comments of the residents in the neighborhood and address those concerns.
And then the nuts and bolts, I think, as he's talking about, would be in that before the application is deemed complete, how long it takes to get those reports. And that'll be the nuts and bolts, how well that works. And we'll be working our way through that.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
All right, that completes the public hearing in this matter. So we'll now go on to deal with the actual item itself. Thank you, Patrick. So can I get a mover and a seconder to put item 4.1 on the floor? So moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded by Councillor Sluss. And if you just have that resolution, we now have it on the screen. So floor is open for discussion. Councillor Carpenter.
I think staff have done a terrific job here. The province has put down mandated through legislation what we must do, and staff put it in a place. We were sort of ahead of the game with our committees anyways, working on this before the province made these changes. So I think that was helpful. But now we are well ahead of the process, and staff will be virtual online very shortly. In the new year, it'll be much easier for development applications. You know what's coming in the very beginning. You know what the requirements are. Once it's deemed complete, the clock starts ticking, and we've got timeframes to adhere to. So I think we should be bragging about our planning department and where we're going here and how efficient we're going to be. We really should, because we're moving well ahead of what the province expects of us anyways, but we were already moving there before the province came. And I think, Mr. Mayor, you said that several times as well. So I'm happy to support this work, and I'm really impressed with the work staff have done here.
Yeah, I would second that. I think the mention should be made of the province's help. They did give us a grant of in excess of $1 million to help us streamline our building permit process, the e-permitting, all the software attached to that, needing to hire staff to help us get that up and running. And the province did give us basically an unconditional grant last spring to do it. So they have been helping us financially in improving our development review process. And one of the reasons why we qualified for it was because of all the work that have been done by staff. And I should also mention certain members of council who've really pushed hard for this, such as Councillor Carpenter, Councillor McCreary, former Councillor Utley, and of course, Councillor Sluss. And a credit to their vision and wanting to see that we should improve the development review process. One of the comment I'll make is that all of this, the reason why the province is doing this has to do with the need to increase the number of housing units we have across the province because of the demand for housing with increased immigration. And fine, we'll deal with these deadlines that are being imposed upon us, but a kind of word of warning to external agencies, many of them provincial agencies, they better operate according to the same improved standards. And if they don't, I certainly personally will be advocating for us approving applications that don't have formal approval or consent from provincial agencies if they fail to respond and adhere to the same timelines. So with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll now move on to item 1.2. And that's an official plan amendment, OPO 322. It's for a property at 83 Craig Street. And I believe we have a number of people here in the chamber representing the applicant in this matter. If you please come forward, because now is your opportunity to present your application. So, good morning. So please state your name and address, and then you can proceed to present your application.
Good morning. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. And today I am privileged to be here on behalf of Dynamis Capital Partners. Represented and joining me today is Louis Grilly and Tyler Insigna. And I think it was actually just fitting that I was here taking in that previous public meeting. And it leads to my next slide. And sorry, I believe the controller is. It leads to my next slide and some of the comments that Councillor Carpenter was alluding to. It's a reminder of why I like to do development applications in Brantford.
That's Councillor Carpenter, see you.
Thank you. I do a lot of work across the area in a number of municipalities. And this was another process that just reminded me how well staff perform. And I wanted to start off by thanking Joe, Jeff Medeiros, and Blaine. It was great to meet you formally today. And I certainly know that this starts from the top down with Ms. Wilmot as well. So kudos to staff on their ability to already process applications quite quickly. And you'll see a few key dates in here that will remind us all how well this application was particularly processed. So again, it's Matt Johnston. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of Matt LeBlanc of my team, who was instrumental in bringing the application forward. As we know, the subject lands are 83 Craig Street, just over 5 acres in size, currently vacant. And here we are just south of Morton in the employment area. To the northeast, you can see the interchange with Highway 403, the established employment areas to the east. South and west, we've got more stable residential areas, recognizing West Street as an intensification corridor. In terms of the application that's before us today, what we have is a core natural area designation applicable to the majority of the lands. While the lands you can see are remaining in a general industrial M2 zone. And it's really that disconnect that we are trying to reconcile today. And essentially what happened is the 2021 new official plan placed the subject lands in that natural open space designation, whereas historically in the official plan, they were in an employment designation. So what we're looking to do today is revert back to that general employment designation and align the applications with the existing M2 zoning. And what this really does do is open up the lands for a great economic development opportunity. The concept that was used to inform the environmental assessment is on the screen here. This application isn't in the form of a site plan application yet, but it does speak to the possibilities that this property can bring forward. Now, speaking to the process, again, prior to 2021, the lands were in the general employment designation. I've touched on the conversion to natural core natural area. It was really about the fall of 2021 when development interests were at hand and the need to reconcile that disconnect was before us, and the owner participated in the development review meeting to outline the process to reconcile the disconnect between the OP and the zoning bylaw. Ultimately, those applications were submitted in September of 2022, and here we are just a few short months later, bringing the application forward with a positive staff report. In that development review meeting, the main issue at play here was the need for environmental impact statement. That study was undertaken on behalf of the owner, and a key component of the review process was an external peer review. That peer review came back supporting the conclusions of the EIS, and we look forward to ultimately implementing the new land use designation. There's a couple of key components that relate to an Indian grass community that's going to be enhanced and maintained, but the balance of the findings concluded that the characteristics of the features on site don't merit the core natural area designation that was applied through the 2021 official plan. So in conclusion, we have done the field work to confirm that the designation is not warranted. We do have some future work on the site plan stage to button up components of the EIS, and this amendment will allow those development opportunities to come forward. And with that, I thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you for coming forward, and meetings have been very, very well attended. When this amendment is changed, when do you expect to move forward with the industrial buildings on the property, or a site plan application?
It's a little bit difficult to commit to a certain date, but that official plan designation was a key concern in terms of bringing that interest forward. Councilor Carpenter, you may recall that there was real development interest in the fall last year that was a lost opportunity because of that designation. So the demand for service ready employment lands is certainly there, and I would expect that you could see something in very short order.
Okay, and that's there's lots of interest out there, even with the market rate, the interest rates and so forth. There's still an opportunity.
Certainly, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Matt, I have a question. Looking at the satellite map and also knowing where this property is, I see there's a rail spur line to the southeast. In fact, I see some rail cars in the satellite photo. Have you considered whether it would make sense to run a spur line into this property to make it increase its usability for a wide range of users?
Through the chair, thank you for the good question. And it does sound like a great opportunity that we wouldn't want to preclude ourselves from. So that's something that we can take back to the ownership group and consider further down the road.
And have you considered that, or did the consultant consider that in your when doing the environmental impact?
You know, the component of the rail line, I would honestly have to brush up on some of those finer details of the report. But the report, you know, essentially what it accomplished was a detailed assessment of species at risk, the different natural heritage communities that exist on site, and then compare those to the criteria for designation, and concluded that it didn't meet the test.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Seeing none. So thank you. We'll now move to staff, and we may have to call you back depending on whether there is a need. You determine whether there's a need for you to comment by way of reply.
Thank you.
Okay. So I believe staff in this matter, Blaine, or is it Joe, are you doing this? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and members of the committee. Joe Mito, Manager of Development Planning, just here today to sit with Blaine. It's his first time before this committee and before council. Blaine started with us earlier this year and has a great deal of experience working in other municipalities, including the US, Saskatchewan, and more recently PEI. So without further ado, Blaine Yataby will be doing the presentation today and prepare the report for you this morning.
Thank you, members of the committee. Again, I'm the planner responsible for OP 0322, civically known as 83 Craig Street. Next slide, please. Okay, I can't see the, okay.
Just getting it to,
okay.
Should be up in a minute.
Okay, thanks.
There we are, Blaine.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the application, there has been an application submitted to the city of Brantford for amendment of the OP. The application is proposing to amend the official plan to facilitate the development of 2 industrial buildings. Next slide, please. I know that Matt from Urban Solutions had gone over this, so this will be more of the planning perspective. I provided an aerial photograph here, just showing the existing land uses that are there. To the north, Morton Avenue, north and south of Morton Avenue are existing industrial buildings, warehouses, fabrication, very similar to the type of application that the applicant is proposing. There's a small street called Craig Street, and where the stub ends, the termination, the dead end, it's at the panhandle part of the northwest corner. That's where the access will be. As you can see, the site is relatively vegetated. It looks like there may be some disturbance with some kind of oval track there. To the south is woodlands, and as mentioned, there's a CN rail corridor to the southeast, and further west to West Street, there's more commercial buildings. Next slide, please. So I did a site visit and I walked the site, the periphery, crisscrossed the site and everything. And I provided some photos here. The one on the bottom right is shows the termination of 83 Craig Street where the site will be accessed. The one at the upper left is kind of an overview, shows a general overview of the type of vegetation that's on the site now. Next slide, please. So this is some more images. It looks like that track. This is what it looks like from the ground. You can see on the top left photo, there's also the fence. So this is kind of the periphery. Just wanted to show more examples of the type of vegetation that are there. The bottom right photograph is kind of from an elevated area, a little bit of a hill. This photograph, I think, encompasses majority of the site and illustrates again the type of vegetation that's there. Further in the distance, you can see that there are existing industrial sites. Next slide, please. So the applicant did provide us a site plan. And at this juncture, it is too preliminary and too premature to comment on planning aspects like floor area ratio, parking, number of parking requirements, et cetera. That will be determined at site plan. So at this juncture, it's too premature to talk about those kind of issues. However, I do want to bring attention to the blue arrow. And as Matt had mentioned earlier, this area below it, which is delineated in green and red, is prairie grass that will be preserved. So this will be retained as core natural area. The environmental impact statement is required as part of the policy in the official plan. Whenever there's an application to amend core natural areas in schedules 1, 3, and 6 of the official plan, there has to be an environmental impact study done to determine what areas of the site can be developed upon and what areas should be preserved as core natural areas. So that's why they have that section here. Next slide, please. This application is consistent with provincial policy and official plan considerations. Next slide, please. I just want to go into a little detail here. This shows the existing official plan map. As you can see, Schedule 1, there's 12 schedules at the end of the official plan. So there are 3 that are going to be amended. There's Schedule 1, 3, and 6. So Schedule 1 is growth management. It is going to be amended from core natural area to employment areas. The core natural, as you can see, is the green. And obviously the property in question is the hatched area. Schedule 3, the land use plan, from core natural area designation to general employment designation. And then the final schedule, Schedule 6, which is natural heritage system. It maps out the natural heritage, including all the core natural areas. So in this particular section, the core natural area designation will be removed and the required adjustment to the adjacent lands overlay to reflect the change. The adjacent lands overlay is an overlay of 30 meters that borders the core natural areas, and that policy dictates that it's mandatory to have if there's any change to 1, 3, and 6, these schedules, it's mandatory to have a environmental impact study done to determine where the best areas for development, if the core natural area is going to be redesignated to another designation. It will also at the same time determine what areas are the best areas to retain it in the core natural area. Next slide, please. So there was a natural heritage study done in 2014. It was a desktop review. It was done and natural features were identified, including this site. So it identified locations of grassland to be protected. And as shown on the site plan we saw a few minutes ago, there are natural features that will be protected, and these portions will remain core natural area. And also this protection will be ensured through the site plan process and official plan policies. So it'll protect it in perpetuity. Next slide, please. So there was a peer review done as requirements for the EIS. Planning staff does not have ecologists on staff, so we therefore have to rely upon outside consulting firms that specialize in such matters, such as ecology. So through an RFQ process, we had selected a consulting firm, and they had submitted the report to us, the peer report. So there was some requests for additional information. However, with discussions with the consultant, This additional information will not require additional studies or boots on the ground and can be submitted later through either addendum to the existing EIS or through site plan control. So it'll be made sure that these will be taken care of. Next slide, please. As mentioned, as Joe had mentioned earlier, there were some applications that didn't need a neighborhood meeting. This was one of them. It was determined through discussion with the ward councillors that a neighborhood meeting wasn't necessary because the areas of the adjacent are mainly commercial and industrial. So it would be a little bit different if there was a lot of residences, but it was determined because of this factor, a neighborhood meeting wasn't necessary. Next slide, please. So whenever we have an amendment before us, we take in consideration several things. They're case by case basis. But in this case, for this application, we looked at the former OP designation and it was general industrial. We looked at the infrastructure, what kind of impacts would have, is there enough there? In this case, there are bus stops on West Street and people will be able to take transit to the site. We looked at compatibility with existing land uses as known or shown on the aerial. Most of the land uses nearby are exactly the same as the proponent is considering. The industrial sites, warehouses, fabrication, similar structures. We looked at the peer review of the EIS findings, and this application will need site plan control. So through the environmental impact statement, though, it has been determined what are the lands that are best suitable for development and what portions will remain core natural areas. And this will remain through official plan policy. So basically, what the OP will look like, the areas that are retained will in the site plan, those areas will still be core natural area. And this will be incorporated into official plan policy. This will ensure the preservation of such lands. So in conclusion, planning staff supports this continued use for industrial purposes through infill development. It provides an increase in employment opportunities consistent with the provincial policies, growth plan, and the city's official plan. So the city will ensure the protection of the grasslands on the site through site plan control and official plan policies, and portions of the site will remain core natural areas as identified by the EIS. So based on these considerations, planning staff is of the opinion that this application to amend the city plan for OP is appropriate and represents good planning. So the recommendation is that official plan application OP 0322 is approved. And thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Blaine. Any questions for Blaine? No questions, Blaine. You did such a thorough and excellent report that you covered everything.
Must be my suit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So this is the stage where the hearing is open for comment from the public. We've not had any any members of the public register to speak to this virtually. So I'll ask, is there anyone in the public chamber who would like to speak to this application either in support of or against? If so, please come forward. If there's anyone in this chamber or outside who would like to speak to this application either in support of or against, please come forward. For the third and last time, if there's any member of the public that would like to speak to this matter, now is your last chance to come forward and to speak either in support of or against this matter. We'll have to take a short recess because we just lost quorum. So Matt, when we come back in about 5 minutes, we'll want to hear from you. Okay. Okay, we're about to resume the hearing, please. Matt, if you would please come forward. So Matt, you don't have to say anything, but if you'd like to respond by way of reply, now's your opportunity.
No, thanks to Blaine for a great presentation and again for a great process. What we do know about the industrial community is they need to move quickly when they make their decisions, and it's the ability to remove a layer like this that allows that investment opportunity to really come forward. So hopefully that will happen quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So we'll now proceed then to declare the public hearing completed in this particular item. So I need a mover and a seconder to get item 4.2 on the floor. Moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded by Councillor Sluss. And we now have that for us on the screen. Approving the OP amendment for this property from the core natural to general employment and employment areas. Any discussion? Councillor Sluss, then Councillor Carpenter.
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate the proponents. We're really short on industrial land, and you folks you found some, and I think that's great, and you should be commended for it because it's good for you, it's good for us, and it's good for the community. You'll provide not only tax revenue but employment income for a number of residents that I'm sure are looking for jobs. So, thank you for your confidence in our community. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Yes, ditto. And the Indigenous community did comment on this file, and this has been an easy process. The applicant was very positive. And just north of that property, we just put a new industrial site up there on Morton Ave. It's a beautiful building. If you haven't seen it, it's fully occupied now, and there is a demand in the area. So like Councillor Slessa said, it was unused land and next part of the industrial complex that certainly will help us. We love those kinds of taxes, by the way. They're very helpful, very low cost for us for servicing, and the increased taxes help us with our tax burden. So thank you very much.
Yeah, just briefly, I would say the same thing to the applicant. A good application, but fairly simple in the sense it's only an OP change. I would encourage the owner to consider the option of a rail line spur into the property. Those properties are in very short supply and I think are in high demand. I'm not sure the property would be large enough to do it, but it's certainly, I think, worth considering. And I would certainly encourage it because, like I said, we don't have very many lots in this city that have that potential. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll now move to the third statutory hearing before us. It's item 4.3. It's application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1422, property described as 167 Mount Pleasant Street. So now ask the applicants, I think are coming in virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of.
Please identify yourself, name and address, and then you can proceed with your presentation.
Yes, it's Bob Phillips from JH Cahoon Engineering Limited. I'm here with Rashika English from the English Group, who will probably be doing most of the presentation. This is an application for rezoning on a piece of property located at 167 Mount Pleasant Street. It's right adjacent to Veterans Memorial Parkway. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rashika.
Good morning, Mayor and members of committee. My name is Ruchika Angrish. I'm a land use planner with the Angrish Group and representing the owner, Mr. Hugh McNeil, for a rezoning application. Sorry, I'm fighting a bad cough. I do have a brief presentation. The owner is actually present in audience. So we will be happy to answer any questions at the end. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the property is located at the corner of Mount Pleasant Street and Veteran Memorial Parkway. It's about half an acre site. It's dominated by mostly low density residential around it, with an apartment complex to the north east side of the property and John Noble Home to immediately to the north, as it's seen on the slide. Next slide, please. The property contains a single detached dwelling currently. It's an old house, which is proposed to be demolished for the proposed development. This building did not feature any significant architectural styles nor it is identified of any interest in the Heritage Register. Next slide, please. In terms of official plan, the lands are within the settlement boundary of Brantford. They are designated for low density residential uses, which allows for singles, semis, townhome type of developments. It is within built up area, which the official plan policies allow for infilling and intensification within the built up area of Brantford. Next slide, please. The current zoning of the property is residential type 1B. The zoning code only allows single detached dwellings. It does not allow any other form of residential types. And with the next slide, please. I'll explain the proposal. So it is proposed to sever the property into two lots. Lot 1 will contain a single detached dwelling, and lot 2 will contain a semi-detached dwelling. And that requires a zoning bylaw amendment to allow for semis. We are proposing that R1B zoning be changed to a residential type 2 R2 zone code to allow this the proposed intensification. So the zoning bylaw amendment and a consent application concurrently has been submitted. The property is fully serviced, so there's municipal water, storm, and sanitary that is available. It is a transit route, so it is a transit route. There's existing infrastructure to support the proposed development. Next slide, please. As part of the zoning application, a number of studies were completed and submitted that included building elevations, floor plans, building elevations and details, heritage impact assessment, a noise study, planning justification report, drainage plan, servicing plans, stormwater management brief, as well as urban design guidelines. A neighborhood meeting was held in July. There were some concerns that were raised by a few neighbors with respect to the proposed zoning to allow a semi-detached dwelling. I would like to note that the semi-detached dwelling will abut an existing retaining wall, and it's a corner lot. The neighbor to the south will have a single detached dwelling right beside them. It is only one entrance onto the Mount Pleasant Street that will avoid a minimum number of driveway accesses onto a busy road as well. Next slide, please. So a few renderings of the proposed houses were included with the application package. As I mentioned, a single common access will be provided for these lots. On-site parking has been provided These are long driveways and provides an opportunity for any excessive parking on site as well. The building facades are designed to contribute positive attribute to the streetscape through large facing windows. There are two properties in surrounding the subject lands that are within the heritage register. And to keep in mind, these renderings have been designed in a way to complement those heritage inventory properties. Next slide, please. Again, to complement the existing neighborhood, red and white bricks and siding with large windows will be provided, as well as high quality material will be used for the construction of these properties. Next slide, please. I think that would be the end. So in conclusion, I would like to thank staff for a supportive report. The proposal represents infilling. It is consistent with provincial policy statement and growth plan with respect to infilling and providing additional housing options. It is in keeping with city zoning bylaw and complies with the policies of the official plan as well. The proposal represents good planning, and we will request a committee and ultimately council to support the rezoning application. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Councillor Sikoli?
Yes, thank you, Rakshika. And I'm also battling a bit of a cough here, so this might be quite the show from us. But I do have a question. I was at the public meeting that we had, the neighborhood meeting, and I'm not sure all of the comments were adequately captured in this report. So I just thought I'd ask at this point. I believe there was some discussion about some very large mature trees that were on the lot or abutting the neighbor's lot. And I want to make sure that we've addressed those and that those won't be disturbed during the construction process here. Have you guys given any thought to that?
And Bob, if you can jump in as well. The existing tree at the front of the property would have to be removed, but the large trees at the back of the property will remain. And as part of the construction, we will definitely make sure that there's a construction fence to protect the large tree on the neighboring property as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Rachika. Rachika, please stay online so that you will be able to provide a response if necessary at the end of the hearing. So I'll now move to staff. Oh, sorry. There we are. Didn't realize you're coming in virtually.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors, staff, Rachika and Bob, and members of the public. Similar to Rachika and Councillor Sikoli, I'm unfortunately not able to attend. I'm recovering from COVID, so bear with me while I have.
We're going to have to pause for 1 second. People can't hear your volume. I'm not sure if it's her.
Can you change your microphone settings to increase the volume?
Is that any better?
That's 100% better.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Okay, so thank you everybody, Mr. Chair, councillors, members of the public. My name is Tasha Adair. I am an intermediate planner with the City of Brantford, and I will be presenting the zoning bylaw amendment application for 167 Mount Pleasant Street. Next slide, please.
Sorry, we're just getting the little hitch with, there we are.
Okay. Thank you. So as Bob and Rashika had previously mentioned, this application will amend zoning bylaw 160-90 to change the zoning of the lands from residential type 1B, R1B, to residential type 2, R2, to permit the construction of a single detached two-story home on one lot and a two-story semi-detached dwelling on the other lot. Next slide, please. The subject lands consist of one parcel with an approximate area of 0.18 hectares and an approximate frontage of about 33 meters along Mount Pleasant Street. It is currently occupied by one single attached dwelling. Next slide, please. So included here is the site plan. So as was previously stated, the proposed development will consist of a single two-story home on one lot and a semi-attached dwelling on the other lot. It should be noted that this site will be subject to a future severance application through the Committee of Adjustment to handle the severance of the property. Next slide, please. So the photos included on screen present the existing conditions of the site, which again are currently occupied by one single attached dwelling. Next slide, please. The lands are currently designated as residential in the official plan and are located along a minor arterial road. The residential designation permits residential units in low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise buildings. The built forms that are considered low-rise buildings include single-detached and semi-detached dwellings, as well as duplexes, triplexes, and townhouse dwellings. The application was evaluated with respect to the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the official plan, in which staff have determined that the proposed development conforms. Next slide, please. The subject lands are currently zoned residential type 1B. A virtual or hybrid, I guess, neighborhood meeting was held on July 11th, 2022, in which 2 members of the public attended. It should be noted that 2 letters of objection were received and 1 additional letter of objection was received recently on December 6th. Next slide, please. It should be noted that there are no proposed amendments to the zoning regulations within the proposed R2 zone. A fulsome review of the applicable zoning regulations has been included within section 9.2 of the staff report. And further, it should be noted that both single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings are permitted under the proposed R2 zone and are currently permitted under the existing official plan residential designation. Next slide, please. So to evaluate the land calculation, staff have made assumptions based on the smallest single attached lot permitted in the bylaw, which is the R1D zone. So the development is proposing 3 units on 0.18 hectares of land. So with this calculation, 3 units at 270 square meters each would require approximately 1.35 hectares of land. So therefore, the proposed development will make a good use of the subject lands by promoting a compact built form in comparison to the existing single family home on the site. Next slide, please. So the development considerations for the subject application include compatibility and design, as well as the proposed consent application. The design of the proposed development is considered compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and the existing surrounding character. The official plan envisions a variety of built forms for low-rise buildings, as mentioned, such as single detached and semi-detached dwellings, in which the proposed development conforms. The Committee of Adjustment is the approval authority for lot creation, and it is staff's opinion that they should consider the merits of this consent application prior to implementing the zoning bylaw amendment. Should the zoning application be approved by the Planning Committee today, staff recommend that the implementing bylaw not be brought forward to Council for adoption until such time that the future consent application receives approval by the Committee of Adjustment. Next slide, please. So to conclude, planning staff support this application to rezone the property from residential type 1B to residential type 2 to permit the proposed development and recommend this application be approved. The proposed development is considered to be consistent and compatible with the surrounding development in the immediate area and will allow for a moderate increase in residential density. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got one question. I thought Bill 109 made the duplexes as of right in single family residential zones. So why is this even before us?
Yeah, so you are right. So through the chair, when the zoning amendment application was originally received, through the previous enforced legislation, staff assumed that a site plan would be forthcoming. So as you stated, that the new legislation that's enforced has removed the requirement to do a site plan for 10 units or less for developments such as this.
What I'm getting at is, with the changes in Bill 109, it's just so I understand Bill 109 more than anything else. My understanding is that duplex, well, now it's triplexes with Bill 23 are allowed as of right anywhere. So why was this rezoning considered necessary?
To the chair, the zoning is necessary because the legislation that was passed on with respect to these recent bills does not talk about the zoning, it just talks about units. So they'd have to change that zone to get the semi-detached proposal and then address the single to allow for the 3 lots. What would now technically happen is that within those 3 built units, you could have the 3 units as of right per lot.
Yeah, well, I don't understand what as of right means then if you've got to apply for rezoning. I mean, doesn't that bill actually in effect modify our zoning bylaw?
Yeah. So through you, Chair, in order to allow that to happen, the zoning would be necessary to create the lots because it wouldn't conform to the other regulations in the zone.
So you're talking about setback and rear yard, that sort of thing.
That is correct.
All right. But isn't that really just a matter, like, why does that require rezoning if the applicant meets all those requirements in the zoning bylaw, you wouldn't need this then?
That is also correct.
Right. But this application doesn't meet all those requirements.
No, it does not.
Okay, good. Thanks. All right. So any other questions? Seeing none. So I'm going to ask, we're now at the stage where this is now open for public comment. We've had no one register virtually to speak to this. So I'm going to ask, is there anyone here present today that would like to speak to this application, either in support of or against the application? Now's the time to come forward. I'm not begging for people to come forward, but if you want to speak to this particular application, then now would be the time to come forward. And again, it's to this application that's before us. So sorry, if you would push the button there, and if you would please state your name and address.
Hello, Mayor, members of the committee. My name is Bobby Panchi. I live at 169 Mount Pleasant Street, right beside this proposal. I object to this. I was one of the individuals that wrote a letter as an objection to this application. I'm not sure if you do get a letter of that objection. Do you get one, or is it just sent it to share to Adair? Or do you get a copy of that prior to this meeting at all, or no?
No, I've not received a copy of that, which that's something else to be dealt with. But why don't you tell us? You've got the time that you can explain it to us in as much detail as you'd like.
Okay. What I'll do, I'll just read you the letter. If that's easier.
Not 10 pages, is it?
I can't write that long. All right, so this was the official objection in writing, dated the 9th, September the 5th, 2022. And it was addressed to Tasha Adair. And it was a letter that officially wrote to the objection to this, the amendment for the zoning bylaw. I do agree with intensification, but not over intensification. I acknowledge and recognize that it is a provincial policy. Can you hear me? Yeah. I acknowledge and recognize that it is a provincial policy that intensification is generally a good idea if the infrastructure is already there but is underutilized. Being the case with two single family lots can be created without the need for a minor variance or rezoning and still create lots that are keeping in character with the surrounding lands, then that would constitute good planning, and I'm on side with that. But on the other hand, when the creation of a semi-detached home will not increase the intensification at all, and the only purpose of which seems to permit the developer's cost of construction to be minimized and therefore increasing the developer's profit, that is not a sound planning principle. In fact, the profit of the applicant is not a matter for consideration at all. The application in its present form was only brought about to enhance profit and not to satisfy any planning principle that I'm aware of. Also, I see no intention to create more affordability housing. There is no evidence whatsoever to support it and no means by which to police it. The developer will always sell at maximum price as to maximize profit, and any argument that we are building affordable housing is neither proven or policeable. Two single families meet the objectives of the provincial policies without conflicting with the dominant characteristics of the neighborhood, being larger single family residences. So now being with oh, this is so cool. So now being with either this new law that has been, you can go up to a triplex on a lot, but creating 3 lots, it does not conform with that neighborhood. Right to my right, it's all single family homes. I bought that house as a single family home, renovated it, accordingly, because I wanted to be there because of the characteristics of that neighborhood going forth. And the way it is right now, having a semi-detached beside me does not fit. It does not fit at all. I'm a realtor, I'm a developer myself. I've got many projects on the go here all over Toronto, Ontario. And not just because I live here, well, actually is part of it, but it just doesn't fit the environment. And that's pretty much all I have to say. And I did send this official letter of rejection to Tasha in September. So I thought I'd just get that off my chest, and that's pretty much it.
No, that was pretty clear. So are there any members of the committee that have any questions? Yes, Councilor Carpenter.
So you're opposed to 3 lots, but you're in support of 2 lots? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. Single family homes, I have no objection to that.
So the 3 lots, they're all single family homes, right? The semi-detached is.
One is a semi-detached and one is a single family home.
Oh, I see.
So it'll be a semi-detached, so 2 homes, and then one is a single family home. I don't mind 2 single family homes being built, detached 2 single family homes, sorry.
When you say single family home, you mean one building?
Yeah, detached, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, which adheres to the characteristics of the neighborhood.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Sikoli.
Yes, I have a question just because we're mentioning that a semi-detached doesn't fit the neighborhood, but directly behind you is a condo townhome complex.
They're semi-detached. Sorry, they're detached homes.
There's like a condo development right behind you.
No, they're they're detached.
Beckett,
Six Beckett is all detached homes.
okay. So you drive in
You're driving all detached homes.
and did we have any issue with that?
I don't believe
That
so.
was being built?
Having detached homes, I don't believe we had an issue.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So is there any other member of the public present? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Again, for the record, if you would state your name and address.
As before, my name is Mike Simich and I live at on Mount Pleasant Street at the corner of Beckett and Mount Pleasant. I had also previously owned the home for 22 years that Mr. Panchi lives in. So I'm quite familiar with the neighborhood, and I'm the guy who got to draft plan approval for 6 Beckett, even though just for example, in intensification under low density, I was allowed at that time to put 16 units there. I only put 10 because the neighborhood deserves single family homes only. That whole neighborhood is single family detached homes only. So my primary question here is that the 4 big trees that sit on the corner of Mr. Panchi's property, I looked after for all the time that I lived there, and they overhang the subject property here by as much as 30 feet in some places. I just want to make sure that the new developer is not going to come and say, oh, they overhang, I'm entitled to cut them off. That would really destroy those trees. So that's what I'm looking for, is confirmation that he's not going to, and those branches have overhung that property long before I got there. In 1990, they were overhanging that property for, those trees are 100 years old. So that was a big concern, and that the trees be protected. The other thing that I just learned was that one of the things is, like on our side of the street, all the homes are all brick. And when the developer / builder builds the homes, it's a combination of brick and siding. I'm not in love with the idea of the siding. That's just a cheap alternative that doesn't really fit in the neighborhood. And for the record, I'm 100% in favor of tearing that dump down, the existing dump down, and putting 2 single family homes there. I'm 100% in favor of that. That would really do something good for the neighborhood. So my objections are not big, but you protect the trees and you make sure that the homes are all brick, and we're all good in my eyes, That's it. Questions?
Thank you, Mike. So anybody have any questions for Simiach? Yes, Councillor Sicoli.
Hi, Mike. Hi, thanks for coming out. The trees at the back of the lot that you were referring to, I did ask the developer to ensure that they're going to stay, but you still live in the neighborhood, correct? You mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you can still see those trees from where
Walk
you're
past them
living?
every day.
And in your opinion, they're in good health and?
The trees on Mr. Panchi's property are in good health. One of the things that happens is there used to be a lot of trees on the entire roughly 2 acres that we owned. But what people don't realize is there's trees that get struck by lightning, there's carpenter ants, there's diseases that get into the trees. So I'm pretty familiar with what I'm looking at, having looked after all those trees for all those years. And these trees are in good health. I know because I only looked at them the other day and double checked, because I always walk around and, you know, these are big trees and you really should check them quite often to see if carpenter ants have gotten into them. Because I had to tear down a 90-foot high tree there. Oak Hill Tree Service did it, and it was full of carpenter ants. So you never know. You just sort of have to look. But those 4 trees out front on the property are in good health. The other question that I had asked was that there's a walnut tree in the backyard where I think would overhang the homes that are shown on the lot plan. And then there's another smaller tree. So I asked for clarification if the walnut tree was going to be taken down. And I never received that. So I would ask if that walnut tree in the backyard's coming down and they're leaving the smaller tree there.
Thank you so much. I'll reserve the rest of my comments for when we get to questions with staff. Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thanks again for making a presentation in respect to an item on today's agenda. So is there any other member of the public that's present today? Yes, sir, come forward. And if you would please state your name and address once you've been able to settle in there. Can you push the button there to turn the speaker on?
My name's Dr. Robert Dixon. I'm the resident and owner at 171 Mount Pleasant. And I'm here to support both Mr. Simich and Mr. I am a recent owner. I purchased the house, which is only 3 years old. And what attracted me to the house was the fact that they were going to the south, all single family residences. So I support fully Mr. Panchi's presentation. As for Mr. Simich's presentation on the trees, as a former director of education here in Brantford, I was always very concerned to try and protect any trees around the schools for the education and development of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Any questions? Nope. Thanks again for coming forward. So is there any other member of the public that's present today that would like to speak to this matter either for or against? Now is your opportunity to come forward. If there's any other member of the public that would like to speak to this matter either in support of or against the application, now's the time to come forward. For the third and last time, if you're here present in the chamber, you'd like to speak to this application either in support of or against, now is the time to come forward. So I see somebody jumping up. Did you want to come forward, sir? Okay. So just push the button and tell us your name and address first.
My name is Hugh McNeil. I'm a resident of Brantford and St. George. I live in St. George right now. I am the owner of the property, and I just wanted some clarifications for the guys just before I sit down. I think.
Okay, so you're the owner of the property, you're the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Well, right now we're asking for comments from the public. You wouldn't be considered a member of the public, but you or your representative.
Okay, no, I didn't know whether you wanted to.
You get a chance in a minute to respond to what has preceded this. So if you just
no problem.
You may want to speak to your representatives.
They're on virtual.
Yeah.
So old school.
You may want to speak to them to figure out who's going to speak to this in a minute. But so I'll ask, is there any other member of the public that would like to speak to this matter either for or against? Please come forward. All right. So I think we've got Bob Phillips, and I think it was Shika. And of course, we now didn't know we have the owner here. So now is the opportunity to provide a reply to the information, comments that we've just heard from members of the public and also from staff. So now's your opportunity. Number of questions raised. Hope you'll be able to answer some of them.
Okay, I thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start, and again, as the owner is here, if he wishes to speak about affordable housing, pardon me, then he can definitely jump in. We are proposing the zoning to allow a semi-detached dwelling, as the current zoning does not allow a semi-detached dwelling type. We think with the changing dynamics of Brantford and housing crisis. This is still not over intensification. There are a number of other projects that are happening on Mount Pleasant Street with more intense development. So definitely a semi was proposed to give additional housing option in the area, and also specifically to complement the existing singles. With the changes with Bill 109 and Bill 23, I believe everybody is aware of how much housing crisis the province is in right now. As of right, I think it was one of your questions, Mr. Mayor, about Bill 109 and the existing single detached can be converted into 3 units. You're correct that the singles, there are 2 additional residential units can be provided with the residential lots or residential uses with full services as of right currently, but that's not what the intent is. The owner will definitely speak about providing some affordable housing as he has been in the community, and he has been working with city's social housing department to look for some options for one of these units as well. So these one of these lots will be provided with accessible accessibility to meet those needs. So another question was about trees. As we have mentioned, the trees on the back of the property will be protected on the subject property. There will be no damage to the trees on the neighbor's property. So we're not talking about damaging any of those trees through the construction of these homes. Another question I noted down was there are all brick homes. In fact, one of the main reasons for providing a mix of brick and siding was the property right across the road on 156 Mount Pleasant is on heritage inventory list with City of Brantford Heritage Register, and that property has a mix of brick and siding. To meet the heritage policies, we have to provide a mix so that again, the property, it complements what is on the heritage inventory list. So that's a tough one, but we will be looking for direction from staff on how they would like us, if they would like us to modify that. I think I have addressed all questions. If I have missed any, please let me know. Thank you.
All right. So before I ask for questions, I'll ask, sir, did you want to come forward and add anything to that? This is your chance. Again, for the record, if you please identify yourself and confirm your address.
Hugh McNeil, St. George, Ontario, owner of the property. She answered a couple of questions. I just wanted to say about the trees in the front will be protected on the neighbor's property. And the siding to match the home was for the home across the street. And I just want to let you know, I own Jolin Construction. I built 21 of the homes right behind it. And I still own the other corner. And a lot of them, 50% of them were brick and siding. I just wanted to bring that up. And also too, the fact that I'm working with community living in Brantford here which are in dire need of handicapped accessible buildings for people to live in. And there's someone that we're working with right now. And the reason we put the semi against the expressway in that 10-foot plastic fence was so we would have the other one as a buffer, so we're not affecting anyone in the area. And even across the street, there's 4 lanes of traffic before you ever see another house. So we tried to make it blend in with what was there. So And it does increase, it gives one more additional unit. With a semi, you have 2 units and 1 in the house, so we've gained by 1.
All right, so any questions for the applicant in their reply, either to Rachika or Mr. McNeil? So, anyone? No? Thank you very much for providing us with all of that input. So that concludes the public hearing in this item 4.3. So I'm now looking for a mover and seconder to get this item on the floor. Moved by Councillor Sluss, seconded by Councillor Sikoli. So we now have that on the screen before us. It's to approve the application subject to Committee of Adjustment decision on the consent application. So any discussion? Councillor Sikoli.
I do have one quick question of staff. Is there any way that we can ensure that the trees are undamaged and remain on the property?
Through the chair to Councillor Sikoli, at this point in time, there is nothing that we can do other than my understanding is that Parks is working on an updated tree preservation bylaw. And maybe through that process, there could be some opportunity for committee's information. This, as the mayor mentioned, that this current bylaw is going to be held in abeyance until this Committee of Adjustment makes their decision on the consent application. There could be some opportunity if committee or council so wishes to direct staff or request that staff impose a condition with the consent application. But we don't really have any grounds from a legal perspective to allow that to happen, like in terms of implementing or a tree cutting or tree preservation bylaw.
Okay, so at this stage of the game, there's nothing I can do, but in the future, there would be something that I could bring forward to protect those trees.
Potentially.
Okay, let's chat further because I think we'll see this again down the road. But yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So we did have a public meeting on this, and none of the concerns brought forward today were new to me. We had a pretty good discussion on that. What came forward from that meeting was that a lot of the homeowners, or all the homeowners at the condo development 6 Beckett, had not received notice at that public meeting. So I actually went back in July and knocked on doors and spoke to as many neighbors as I could. And I didn't receive any objection, but I did have a lot of conversation out in the neighborhood. No major concerns were identified at that time, but I did sort of go above and beyond what happened with that neighborhood meeting. The lot that has the single family detached on it is directly abutting any existing neighbors. So I think that does add a nice little buffer between the semi-detached and the existing dwellings. So I am in support of this moving forward today, and I will be voting in favor of it. Thank you so much.
Councillor Carpenter.
Yeah, question of staff. The consent application that's coming forward to the Committee of Adjustment, is that to create the 3 lots?
Through the chair to Councillor Carpenter, that is correct.
And if that consent application is approved, then we'd have 3 lots, then on each of those lots, intensification can occur under Bill 109. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So there could be actually more there. There could be 3, there could be 9 there. The triplex can be on a single family lot.
That is also correct.
So we could end up with 9 there as opposed to 3.
Through the chair to Councillor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have the question for staff. I'm looking at the report, and the number of reports this applicant had to do for this minor application seems to me a bit alarming. Why was a heritage impact assessment? Why was that requested?
Through the chair of the committee, Alan Waterfield, manager of long range planning. The property is adjacent to a property that was listed on the Heritage Register. There's also a listed property across the street. So that is why the heritage impact assessment was requested.
I thought we were told when we looked at the question of listing that there was no implications from listing other than if someone was applying for demolition permit.
Yeah, it's no implications to the listed property. It does
Just to
provide
the
them.
properties adjoining. Okay. All right. So in terms of the urban design brief, changes in Bill 23, is that going to continue to be required?
To the chair, technically, under this legislation, we don't know what the regulations are, but the spirit of this this legislation would basically say no urban design brief would be necessarily required, but that still doesn't, in keeping with good planning and design and compatibility with these existing neighborhoods at the pre-consultation stage, staff will still endeavor to seek out applications to provide elevations of what will be proposed or developed in the future.
But in doing that, aren't you kind of going through the back door, the fact that Bill 23 says no site plan required for under 10 units if it's infill? But this is kind of seems to me to be sort of like site plan if you're going to be asking for this sort of stuff. Any response to that?
Yes. So Nicole Wilmot, Chief Planner, Director of Planning and Development Services. You're right in the sense that in some ways it can be considered going to the back door, but I think it's more of that collaborative approach that we still want to see opportunities for good design. But you're absolutely right. We won't be able to regulate it. So whereas we had tools before where we would be able to specify that we want to see all brick exteriors, particularly on corner lots, things of that nature in keeping with the urban design guidelines, we no longer have that tool to regulate it. However, in conversations that I've had recently with the development community, particularly on the issues of urban design, I did find it interesting and striking that many have said that they will continue to provide urban design guidelines, maybe not in the form of, but at least conceptual site plans and so on, because at the end of the day, their name is going on these buildings and they still want to make sure that they're adhering to good, proper and good quality urban design. But the ability for staff to regulate that and to push that has been removed by the province.
Okay, sorry, one other question. I'm looking at the report and I was told that the reason why this application was required was because it didn't comply with like rear yard, side yard, that sort of thing. But when I look at the report, it seems to me like it does comply. Am I reading that wrong? It's in almost every category. It says conforms.
Through to the chair. So just to clarify my statement from earlier, the zoning's needed to create the semi-detached lot. The current zone that's in place does not permit the proposed semi-detached built form. So we go back to, yes, the province wants to have as of right 3 units per dwelling or per built form. What that legislation does is basically say municipalities can't restrict it in our official plans. They still have to comply with the zoning in terms of the proposed use.
Having real trouble wrapping my head around that. Either it is or it isn't. And I'm not arguing one way or the other, but I thought the province was pretty clear what the message was to us. Not just us, but to every municipality in the province that, we are facing a housing crisis. And one of the solutions to that is intensification. And strikes me that this application does exactly that. It does exactly what the province is directing happen across the province. And so you could turn it down, but I suspect the Ontario Land Tribunal would approve this in a snap because clearly it does comply with provincial policies. But there's another aspect to it that makes it more acceptable to me, mentioned by Councillor Sicoli, and that is the idea of the buffering, that there is the property that is the duplex semi is right up against the corner where there's the wall and the Veterans Memorial, and that there is going to be a single family home as a buffer between the other single family homes that are on the major artery. And this is a major artery, and that also, I think, makes it more acceptable. But primarily for me, it's that what the direction is of the province. Sometimes you might even think, why do we even bother with planning applications since they seem to want to plan for us? But that's the reality of being a municipal council with the changes the government's making to the Planning Act. So I'm going to vote in favor of this, also hearing that they're going to make efforts to protect the trees and that that will be hopefully in place. So second time around, Councillor Sicoli.
Perhaps I think there's some confusion with what a duplex is versus what a semi-detached is. Can staff just clarify the difference between a duplex and a semi-detached? This might be my real estate shining through, but there's a very clear difference in my mind. So when we're talking about creating a semi-detached or two separate houses on two separate lots, but a duplex is one house with two units, and the as of right adding of the units would be applicable to one house, right?
So you're absolutely right,
Okay.
Councillor Sicoli. And I
Okay.
think what we're sort of discussing at the table is the legislation, as everybody knows, is very new. And there seems to be some confusion with respect to the regulation of the regulation and the regulation of zoning on the entirety of the lot, and then what may be permitted within the actual built form. Right. So in those instances, as Councillor Sicoli, I think is getting to, is that within that built form, then you can have up to potentially 3 units within that built form, or 2 units and 1 accessory, provided that it meets the zoning and it meets the setback requirements, building permits, et cetera. I think what we're discussing amongst the table here is the need for some additional maybe information materials. Particularly, I'm a very visual person. I think it's could be of assistance to provide sort of an informational graphic memo with images to show how we are still able to regulate zoning, which is what you're seeing here. But it's once that zoning is in compliance, then it's what can occur on those lots, what we refer to as of right. So we will endeavor to provide that graphic sort of information back to the community, and then even or back to members of council, and then even further is work with our communication staff and get some of that material up online to help explain some of this very complicated and challenging legislation.
Thank you so much for taking the time to clarify that. I don't want rumors to be started that all of a sudden everyone can start building semi-detached and severing lots as of right, because that's definitely not the case under Bill 109. But something that was brought up that I would really like clarity on, that I never gave consideration to, is this as of right still has to comply with the zoning. So if the zoning within a neighborhood does not permit for multi-family, multi-residential units, then the as of right wouldn't apply. Can I get clarity on that statement? Did I hear that incorrectly, or?
Through the chair to the committee, Alan Waterfield, manager of Long Range Planning. Again, it's a little tricky because duplexes are now permitted as of right on each and every lot.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that semi-detached dwellings are permitted on every lot. And where the confusion, I think, lies is that a duplex is 2 units, and most people kind of think a semi-detached is 2 units. But the difference there is that each of those semi-detached units are on their own lot. So the reason why this application needed to come forward with the rezoning was to permit that semi-detached unit.
Okay, so the as of right has nothing to do with how we're zoning. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank
So
you.
any other discussion? All right. So now call the vote. All those in favor of the application, please raise your hand. Those opposed? So that carries unanimously. All right, so we'll now move on to item 4.4, which is zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1621, which is 166-167 and 180-188 Greenwich Street. I now ask the applicant if you'd, well, there you are, in person. If you would please state your name and your address, and then and all those that are with you today that are forming part of the delegation.
Good morning, Mayor Davis. I'm Mark Gladys. I am a registered professional planner, and I live at 990 Lombardy Street in Kingston, Ontario. And I have with me Greg Latimer and Alex Brogans.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor. Greg Latimer, Studio Canoe Architecture. We're the architects for the project. We're at 128A Sterling Road in Toronto.
I think I'm going to call an adjournment, and one, it's a little bit distracting here. Plus, I think we're getting close to, what time is it? 11:30. And so we're going to take a break. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll proceed with the public hearing. Right, so the planning committee is resuming and we were dealing with item 4.4, the application 166, 167, 180 to 188 Greenwich Street. And the applicant was just about to begin. So now you can begin.
Thank you, Mayor Davis, for the opportunity to do a presentation to committee on this proposal. I'm Mark Gladys, and I'm a registered professional planner, and I'm representing the applicant Scale Developments Inc. for this zoning bylaw amendment. For this application, we're requesting a change from the current FC1 zone to an FC1 18 and 19 exception zones to permit construction of 2 high-rise mixed-use buildings. I'd like to introduce our team, including Alex Brogans, representing Scale Developments Inc. Greg Latimer from Studio Canoe Architecture is here to answer technical questions. We also have Julia Salvini online from Salvini Consulting, who will answer any questions you may have about traffic. This morning's presentation, or I guess this afternoon's presentation now, will highlight the proposed design concept and to answer your questions. Okay, so first I'd like to introduce Scale Developments for who is the proponent for this project. Scale has been active in development in the GTA for 50 years. Here we see several current projects that are of a similar scale, height, and vision as the Greenwich Street project. I'd like to introduce the subject site, which includes 2 lots, 166, 176 Greenwich, and 180, 188 Greenwich Street, which was purchased from the city of Brantford in 2018. 166 is vacant and 180 has an existing vacant building on it. The site is adjacent to the Brant Crossing shopping area, the farmers market, and Shallow Creek Park. The immediate area is currently characterized by low-rise commercial plazas surrounded by large surface parking lots and vacant or underutilized service lots like the subject site. The site contains contaminated soil and is an abandoned landfill and a registered brownfield. Here we see the proposed conceptual site plan, which shows 2 buildings on either side of Newport Street, with the main building frontages along Greenwich Street. Parking will be within 3-story podium structures, from which form the core of each building, thereby minimizing site excavation. The green colored areas are exterior amenity areas for each building. This site is well situated near 5 transit routes. Residents will be able to walk to many stores, restaurants, services, employment, recreational facilities, and parkland. The proposal should be considered a transit-oriented development. Here's an aerial view of the proposed development, which will include 337 apartments, commercial uses at grade, and 391 parking spaces. From this vantage point, you can see the proximity to the shopping nearby and Shallow Creek Park. Please note the extensive use of terracing on each building, which helps to visually reduce the height, scale, and massing of each of the buildings. Also note the green roofs, which cover approximately 3,700 square meters and are one of the many green technologies that are going to be employed and incorporated into the development. These potential green strategies may include gray water collection for irrigation, built to LEED standards for energy use, and extensive tree plantings, which will be owner maintained. Also note the urbanization of sections of Newport and Greenwich Streets through residential and commercial uses, widened sidewalks, and street trees as both streets become more pedestrian oriented. Here we see a drawing of the proposed mixed-use building at 166 Greenwich, which is seen from Clarence Street. This building is proposed to be a condominium and includes an 11-story building with 191 apartments and 227 parking spaces. The building will provide a dramatic gateway to downtown Brantford, presenting a west building elevation of approximately 41 meters in height, thereby affording residents dramatic views of the casino and the Grand River beyond. The project is an opportunity to create a defining architectural feature with the inclusion of balconies, terracing, and cladding and engineered stone panels, which will help strengthen the area's identity. You can also see the Greenwich streetscape, a continuous design treatment of 131 meters of frontage, including sheltered sidewalk for the commercial uses, 23 trees planted, and widened concrete public sidewalks. See also the large landscaped area between the building and the rail spur line in the foreground. I'll get back to that in a minute. Here's a drawing of the proposed mixed-use building at 180 Greenwich, which will be a condominium. This project includes a 10-story building with 146 apartments and 164 parking spaces. This view looks across Greenwich Street towards the Newport Street elevation of this building. In the foreground is the proposed South Plaza, which forms the entrance for 166 Greenwich. Please note how the building's height and orientation of the windows and terracing facilitate public safety through eyes on the street. On the ground floor of each building will be commercial retail spaces. A total amount of new retail space is approximately 1,664 square meters. The zoning amendment permits a wide variety of land uses, including neighborhood convenience stores, general offices, specialty retail, and personal service stores. These uses will add to and complement the existing mix of commercial uses in the area. The commercial office space on the ground floors of both buildings should translate into a maximum of 89 office or 35 restaurant job space on standard employment measurements. Therefore, the proposed development will influence and integrate with the future development of the neighborhood as it becomes a complete community and is an important step in transitioning Greenwich Street into a downtown Main Street. Similarly, in this image, we introduce improvements to Newport Street. These include more trees, a bike path, the two plazas, and potential for public art and active programming in the South Plaza in the foreground. Please note how the building elevations on both sides of Newport Street are 3 stories high, creating a human scale, low-rise context for residents and passers-by. Just quickly to introduce the landscape plan, shows extensive landscape improvements, including 79 trees in total being planted, landscaping along the rail line, attractive street furnishings, and trees along Greenwich Street. Regarding the side yard plantings to the east and west, setbacks for the front, rear, interior, and exterior side yards now comply with the zoning requirements. Interior side yard adjacent to 192 Greenwich will be a 5.8 meter planted strip, and the side yard with 1100 Clarence Street South will be 6 meters and includes a large west landscaped area of about 567 square meters, which includes 14 trees being planted to visually separate the proposed development from the rail spur line. Regarding the setback from the rail line, more than 15 meters distance is provided between the proposed building foundation and the property line and will be defined by an architectural fence to discourage trespass across the rail line. So to quickly summarize this proposal, there are many community benefits listed here, particularly increasing the number of apartment units available in Brantford, new commercial spaces downtown, and landscape and infrastructure improvements. Both the residential and commercial development are evolving the area into a complete community by adding a new population of over 900 residents who will be supporting the existing retailers and services nearby. The applicant intends to implement where possible the streetscape improvements as defined in the city's vision documents, including the Downtown Master Plan and the Mohawk Lake District Plan, in order to enhance the role of Greenwich Street as an emerging and important downtown Main Street. This proposal has been well received at both the neighborhood meeting on June 22nd and the consultation with Six Nations Land Use Advisory Committee on September 1st. And I want to highlight that the consultation with Six Nations was very collaborative and successful. We were very pleased with that process. To start implementation, we need to amend the zoning and begin the site plan approval process. And the applicant is hoping to begin construction sometime in 2024. So in conclusion, we'd like to thank the City of Brantford for selling these 2 properties to the applicant. This decision will maximize the long-term growth and residential expansion of downtown and generate new tax revenues benefiting Brantford. We are in agreement with the staff report, and our team would be happy to answer any questions from Planning Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Scully.
Hi, thank you for waiting for us. Visually, this is a very exciting project as I'll be driving by it every day. But I do have a few quick questions for you. I noted, so both buildings have a commercial aspect to it or just the one building? Both? And there's parking for?
That's correct. And there's parking for commercial and for the residences. Yeah.
So I only see parking for commercial listed here at 166 Greenwich. Is there commercial parking on both sites?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's 30 total?
I can't recall the parking stats off the top of my head, but there's the parking for commercials, roughly one space per 30 square meters of commercial or retail space,
Okay,
which is per your zoning code.
and then, oh, go ahead.
Well, yeah, just one parking space per resident. And I think we were looking at 24, 23 for 166, and then I think 18 for building at 180.
Very good. And then the commercial use, I see that it's sort of a mixed use general office space. Are you gonna provide the ability for something like a restaurant to go in there? We have the proper ventilation for something like a cafe or a restaurant. I know those are complicated with the condo development. Or will it just strictly be office use?
I believe that the zoning contemplates that kind of use, and in order to provide it, you're talking about the exhaust hoods that have to go to the roof. But yes, there would be space within the building, mechanical space in order to route ducts to support that type of use.
I would suggest looking into that just from experience, but thank you. It's very exciting. I like the way it looks. I love the green roof. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Sloss.
What type of, excuse me, of a dollar investment would this be in the downtown? In round numbers?
It's roughly 240 million in construction.
140 million in
No,
construction?
240 million in construction between two buildings.
$250 million.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I think that, don't believe we have any other questions, but of course, please stand by. There may be a need for you to provide a reply at the end of the hearing. So I'm now going to ask staff, I believe, Jeff, there you are. Let's step back. Yeah, if you wouldn't take a step back, please, in the front row of the seating. And then I'll call you back up once we've heard from staff and the public. So we have Jeff Medeiros. City Planning Department. Welcome, Jeff.
Good afternoon, members of Planning Committee, Mr. Chair. My name is Jeff Medeiros. I'm a senior planner with the Planning Department of the city, and I'm here before you, as you probably know, to present staff's recommendation regarding PZ 16-2021 for 166, 176 Greenwich and 180-188 Greenwich Street. Oops. General purpose, it's a zoning amendment, facilitate two mixed-use buildings as presented by the applicant. Just to provide a bit of a context in terms of the neighborhood, I know the applicant brushed over this. Some of this more so deals with historical uses. So 166, 176 is currently vacant. For those on committee that may know or may not know, it was previously occupied by the city's former Fire Hall number 1, which was moved to Clarence Street back in 2000, I believe. And similarly, 180-188 Greenwich Street, as you can see from the air photos, there is a building there. It's unoccupied. Was formerly utilized by the pollution control building, which environmental services staff. And prior to that, it was a building that was used by the Brantford Police Department. These lands were created through the infilling of the Brantford Canal back prior to about 1950. And in addition to that, these are what I'm going to call the lower, or these lands are what I'm going to call in the lower downtown.
primarily an area where, for the most part, low density type of commercial plaza developments to the west, the Brantford Casino, the Civic Center, and for other members of the committee too, there has been some recent residential developments in this area, a little bit further to the southwest next to Veterans Memorial. There's an 8-story building that's currently under construction, and there was recent approvals for a number of other buildings up to about 22 stories. So very much what I'm going to call an area in transition as it relates to the additional mixing of uses with residential, commercial, and there's actually even some industry in this area. Just to the east, there's a number of industrial properties along Greenwich Street. And as you can see from the air photos as well, a little bit to the northeast is a established residential neighborhood, primarily single semis and converted residential dwellings. I do not know what happened there. Oh, there we go. I'm not going to go into the specifics of the proposal. The applicant did a really good job covering that. Just to point committee's attention. So the access to these buildings are from Newport Street. They do front on to Greenwich, but in terms of vehicle access, it is proposed from Greenwich Street. And as the applicant said as well, these lanes are in a flood zone, which would basically prohibit parking underground. So they do incorporate parking structures to meet their minimum parking requirements and for the purpose of facilitating the proposed development. As it relates to the official plan, the lands are designated downtown urban growth center. This is very much the build form that is envisioned in this area of the city. So with that, mixed use buildings are permitted. From staff's perspective, the proposal is in conforming to the official plan. There are a few things just to note too, as known in the staff report. This is within a category 2 landfill site. There's some specific policies with respect to remediation, and I'll speak to some of that a little bit later on in the presentation. But this is an area of the city where it is very much envisioned that there would be significant intensification of this sort of nature. And so, as I said earlier on, from staff's perspective, the zoning bylaw amendment is in conformity with the city's official plan. So as it relates to the zoning, these lands already for committee's interest do permit mixed use buildings. The limitations though restrict things such as building heights at 8 stories. And I'll speak to some of the specific amendments that are being sought. So they're proposing 2 site specific zones, 1 per property. And that is the relationship of that is to facilitate the proposed development. So the bylaws that are proposed to be crafted for both properties are specific to the particular building that's proposed on each subject site. So some of the site specific provisions. So as I said before, the mixed use buildings are permitted as of right in the C1 zone in this area of the city. So the bylaw or the amendment that's proposed before us is to provide a relief on the height up to 11 and 10 stories per each building respectively. With mixed use buildings, there's a minimum requirement for ground floor height, and the intent is to have that sort of commercial non-residential component with higher ceilings at 4.5 meters. They are building beyond that requirement. What is proposed is an interpretation or a change to the interpretation to the ground floor height to not factor in the fact that there are these internal parking structures, because the parking structures are not going to be 4.5 meters per story. So it's just a massaging of what constitutes as ground floor height. Similarly, looking at the parking requirements, the applicant is proposing 1 space per residential unit. That does meet the minimum requirement in the bylaw. What is proposed is that relationship is still established per building, but there is a minimum cap or minimum requirement of number of parking spaces per specifically to recognize the commercial components on each site. And the reason for that is to allow for the interchanging of uses, whether it be a restaurant, a retail space in the future, without the need to go back and amend the zoning bylaw. So for building A, you're looking at a minimum 36 non-residential spaces and then 18 for the building B, which is the site on the east. In addition to that, there is a requirement or proposed amendment to seek relief on the accessible parking clearance height. There's a requirement in the state to have 3.25 meters. They are proposing 2.25, and that is still meeting the Ontario Building Code requirements. Staff are in support of that recommendation. And then the last one just deals with a removal of the planting strip requirement in the zoning bylaw specific to these properties. And the reason for that is typically the planting strip provision that's there deals more so with, in a lot of cases, commercial uses. So these are commercially zoned properties, but there is still that caveat where you would normally provide some sort of planting strip. That being said, they are still meeting the landscaping requirements. So from staff's perspective, we have no concerns with that provision. And just to point community's attention to a few other site-specific provisions, the minimum front yard, they do meet it, but how it's illustrated in the zoning bylaw it can be a bit confusing because it talks about established front building line, and that's not really, that's not evident here because one property is vacant. So what is being proposed is that we're still holding at the minimum zero requirement front yard, bring those buildings closer to the property line, but we're also recommending a maximum. And what that basically means is that you're not deviating from the 3 meters max that's actually already in the zoning bylaw, and that is recommended in the implementing bylaw. And then the last component is the loading space requirement. Type A is normally required just for a mixed use building, but because of the size of the gross floor area of each commercial space, they technically need 2 per building. The reality is, though, these are very small spaces. They're most likely not going to have a lot of deliveries, and it would be a sharing of the loading space. So from staff's perspective, we're in support of that amendment as well. So just a number of things in terms of development considerations with respect to staff's review of this application. First being the Mohawk Lake District Plan. That's been in the works for some time. There are some specific policies in that plan with respect to layout, urban design, and really what's envisioned for different areas of the district. And these lands are actually identified in that district as what I'm going to call a gateway site. So they're the transition from, the downtown or the lower downtown to the west into what would constitute as the Mohawk Lake District Plan area to the east. And this particular site envisions mid-rise, high-rise buildings. Things like enhanced landscaping, really promoting that pedestrian environment at the street. And these buildings do meet those objectives. They're of a medium to higher density in terms of built form. They're a mix of uses. They're not just strictly residential. There is still that commercial component, and they do what I'm going to say frame the street. So they're essentially pushed towards the street with less of a setback in the interior, and like I said, just to really frame that streetscape. So from that perspective, planning staff are of the opinion that these plans are consistent with the Mohawk Lake District Plan. On the archaeology side, there was a phase 1 report that has been completed. It was under review as part of the zoning process. As a condition of site plan, there will be a requirement for the applicant to file that report with the appropriate ministry of the province. And that typically is a standard condition that the city would impose at the site plan stage, not necessarily something at the zoning stage. As it relates to some of the existing site conditions and servicing for the site, this, as I think everyone can appreciate, is an old area of the city. These lands were created through the infilling of the canal that was in existence prior to the 1950s. So there are some contaminants on the site. The developer has submitted a phase 1 and 2 environmental report to the city as part of the rezoning process. In order to develop these lands, they will need something called a record of site condition, and that's a ministry, essentially a ministry approval to recognize the fact that the property would be brought to a residential standard because there wasn't any residential here previously. And that's a very typical requirement in these sort of scenarios where the lands, are contaminated or what I'm going to call a brownfield site. And then lastly is the urban design and land use compatibility. So I did speak to some of the elements regarding urban design, and the applicant did a good job with that as well. They've incorporated, terracing step backs in how this site is laid out. The buildings address the streetscape. There are minimum impacts to things such as shadows with some of the neighboring properties. It is a site that is very much what I'm going to say is a brownfield revitalization. So there is that element where we are clear, what's being proposed will clean up these subject lands. And on the land use compatibility side, deals specifically with the Mohawk Lake District Plan. So there were a number of studies that were prepared at that time, including noise and review of the D6 guidelines. And that looks at things such as air quality. As I said before, there is some industry to the southeast of here. Not something that's normally dealt with at a zoning stage, but as a condition of site plan, there will be a requirement for them to assess basically odor and noise at the site plan stage to the satisfaction of the city. And typically those requirements are provincial standards with respect to those two elements. So through the public process or through the consultation with the public, there was a neighborhood meeting earlier this year. There was one member in attendance and two virtually. I'm not going to go through the comments in detail. They are summarized in the staff report, but a lot of the commentary I did speak to earlier. They dealt with things such as affordable housing, the fact that there's old infrastructure in the area, the lands are contaminated. There were just some general questions about tenure, the commercial component, what type of businesses would go there, those sort of things. I do also want to acknowledge, and the applicant did as well, there was consultation with Six Nations staff. City staff were part of some of that consultation, as was the applicant through separate meetings with Six Nations. But that doesn't end the consultation process. There will be, with respect to the site plan process, there will be further consultation in accordance with the Grand River notification agreement. So as it relates to our standard land calculation and what sort of impacts this proposal would have in the sense of if these lands were developed as single family homes, as you can see from the screen here, I mean, this is a 1.19 hectare site. If the 337 units were proposed, you would basically need 9.2 hectares, which is a pretty large amount of land that would be required for this ratio and density that's being proposed before committee today. So in conclusion, staff are recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment. It will provide some additional housing in the city. This is very much a site that was envisioned for this built form and density. They are underutilized. They're brownfield sites. And as I said, staff are recommending approval. So that is the end of my presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We do have some questions. Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, do we know the nature of the contamination that we're dealing with?
Through Mr. Chair to Councillor Sluss, we do. They are summarized in the environmental site assessments. I don't have them in front of me right now, but one element that I do recall is a matter that does need to be addressed is methane gas, which is something that is quite common with a landfill site. So typically through the site plan process, there would potentially be conditions that would deal with things such as monitoring of methane gas.
Okay. I guess where I was going with that, is this going to be a long process to remediate, or is this, or is it not?
Through Mr. Chair to the councillor, I don't have the specifics of time frame. That might be a more appropriate question for the applicant because I suspect they've done some of that investigation work already.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah, it's been more than 60 years since there was a landfill there. Is it still producing methane?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's my understanding and review of the site assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Just a quick question. Do they qualify for BIF-TIP grants then for remediating the site?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe they do, yes. And they have been in discussions with long-range planning staff regarding that program, pending the outcome of this this proposal before you today.
I see Nicole was going to respond to.
Through the chair to the counselor, actually, you will be seeing an application for BIF tip coming forward, I believe, next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Secoli?
Yes, thank you. Jeff, I have a question about the traffic because it's already a little bit crazy down on Clarence in that area. And it says here it was noted that some improvements were going to have to be made to the local road network in that area. Can you highlight perhaps or give us an indication of what that work might be?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I may seek some support from Jeff Cornwell, my colleague in development engineering. But my recollection of discussions with staff, and there was actually a meeting with staff and the developer about this, deals with elements specifically as it relates to the intersection of Clarence and Greenwich Street, signalization, extension of the turning lanes, I believe. I see Jeff is right behind me, so he is the expert. I will rely on him for his expertise. So thank you.
Through the chair, Jeff Cornwell, project manager, development transportation. The site does warrant some improvements that we'll be working out at the site plan stage. One is a restriping of the pavement markings on Greenwich to make an exclusive left turn lane into the site. They also require to do some minor rejigging to the signal phasing and operations at Greenwich and Clarence Street, mostly giving an advanced left turn phase into the development. And that's really the extent of the transportation improvements.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, in respect to that left advanced green, which would be Clarence going into Greenwich, turning left. How do you deal with the rail line when you're doing advanced green that takes traffic over a rail line?
To the chair, that's a good question. We did have some chats with the developer and the transportation consultant. Right now, when a train goes through, it is a private spur line that's going very slow, and there are people on foot and flaggers. The intersection does go into what's called a train preempt sequence, where the traffic signals do unique phasing to basically hold green for Clarence Street. We did note to them that we have to change the preemption sequence if we have put an advanced left in there. So we would actually be doing some changes to the traffic signal indications, as well as maybe some signs that would prohibit lefts when there's a train.
So with that more sophisticated advanced green, they wouldn't get an advanced green if there was a train.
Exactly. They would actually get a sign that would actually say no left turn.
Good. Okay. The other question I have is in respect to development charges. Seems like that's a dirty word the last couple of weeks, but what is the status in respect to development charges for these lots? Anybody answer that? Are they exempt, partially exempt? I know there's the BTIF, but on top of that, is there any other exemption?
To the chair, actually, I do want to back up a second. I did speak out of turn, and I assumed the applicant would, when they speak, have their ability to clarify. This property, they opted not to participate in the BIF tip program, and I was confused. The applicant with another application they have actually for a BIF tip program, so maybe they can provide some clarity on that. However, we do have, with respect to development charges, they are applicable to be reduced by the amount of remediation credit based on some of the work that is done and verified through a remedial consultant. So those would be applicable at the time of DC charges.
All right, not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for the information that staff have provided. So I'm now we don't have any, this is the part of the hearing that's open to the public to make comment. No one has registered to attend virtually. So I will ask, is there any member of the public present today who would like to speak either for or against this application? Sandra, I see you've raised your hand. Why don't you come forward, please? And if you would settle in, push the button, state your name and address.
My name is Sandra Bigger. I live at 92 Superior Street in Brantford. I live approximately 4 to 5 blocks away from where these new buildings are proposed to be built. So it will be something I'll be living with and dealing with every single day of my life. And I'm not concerned about the buildings per se. I'm more concerned about the traffic that's going to be coming in that area. Clarence Street is a nightmare. I drive it every day. I know what Clarence Street is like. There's a tremendous amount of traffic that goes down Clarence Street, specifically over to West Brant. We need that ring road to go around the city so people that are working out of town can get out of town. But I'm just concerned about, there's only going to be one access to this building, and it's going to be from Greenwich Street. I thought earlier they talked about East Street and coming down Newport, east to Newport. I thought in the earlier proposal, they had discussed the possibility of there being a back way into the complex, coming through East Avenue and then down through Newport and onto the buildings. If it's only going to come on Greenwich Street, it is going to cause substantial traffic congestion at Greenwich Street, I think. That's my own opinion. I know I had mentioned earlier when I was here for the public meeting, I was the only person here. And I did mention what were they doing in terms of making the buildings environmentally friendly, such as solar panels or having charging stations available for the up and coming electric cars. Haven't heard anything more about that particular thing. The other thing is, where are the commercial buildings going to front onto Newport Street, or are they going to front onto Greenwich? I couldn't tell from looking at what was posted on there because the print's too small really to read exactly where it is, but I wondered where the commercial buildings were going to front. It looked like there might be they're fronting on Newport Street, which would help in a little way with the traffic. But those are the main concerns that I had about these particular items. I know that traffic is difficult in that area right now. So I want to know what's going to be done. We can't put a center lane in there, unfortunately, because of the tracks. We could put a returning lane all the way down Clarence if we didn't have railway tracks down it, which I know was something that came to council many years ago and just didn't happen for whatever reason. And it would be nice if we could put a turning lane right down the middle of Clarence Street, and then we could have good traffic flow through that area, but that doesn't seem to be an option. But I am concerned with the traffic and with the green aspect of the buildings. But I do think they look very nice, and I think it will be an improvement on what we have sitting there now. And it will provide housing. So on the whole, I think it will be helpful, but I really think an extensive traffic analysis would be very, very useful in this situation.
Thank you, Sandra. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Any questions? Seeing none?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see if we can get an answer to those questions in the reply portion. So I'll ask for a second time. Is there any member of the public present who would like to speak either for or against this application? Now would be the time to come forward. I'll ask for the third and last time. If there's any member of the public that's present today that would like to speak either for or against this application, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll ask the applicant to come back. You're already coming back up. And you now have an opportunity to reply to any of the questions and comments we've heard from staff or the public.
Thank you, Mayor Davis.
Ms. Bigger did raise a number of questions. Perhaps you might be able to answer those.
We did hear those comments on the 22nd of June. And I see we have Julia Salvini on the line here, which is fantastic. And I will defer to her. But essentially just talking about some of the green technology and the EV charging. Yes, there will be EV charging. That's kind of standard at this point for most new developments. And I kind of touched on a number of the green technologies. We could go into that in greater detail, but I mean, obviously with the green roofs and with the gray water collection and tremendous amount of extra bike parking. This is a transit oriented development. Like I said, there are at least 5 transit routes nearby, and there's easy opportunity to walk to all kinds of services nearby. I think what I'll do is I'll defer to Julia and go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Super. My name is Julia Salvini. I'm the transportation consultant joining you from my office in Kitchener this afternoon, I should say. I did the transportation impact study for this development application, and we looked at in detail where the traffic would come and go from and how that would impact on the local road network. So to clarify a few things from the questions that we received today, the access to the two properties is actually from Newport Street, and then Newport connects to Greenwich. And so I think that's perhaps where some of the confusion is. So there is options for site traffic to approach and depart the area in a variety of different ways. I think for the most part, they're going to want to do that using Greenwich Street, but it does connect through to East as well. In our analysis, we did look at the Clarence Street corridor, and at the same time, the city was doing its downtown Brantford streetscape Class EA, and our analysis supports the conclusions of that study and the analysis that they were finding through that study, that there is a lot of congestion, in particular in the Clarence corridor. And it's my understanding that as part of that study, the city's team is looking at opportunities to improve the traffic flow in that area. So we sort of deferred to that study because, in fact, because this site has access to Greenwich and has the opportunity for traffic to spread out in a variety of different directions, has a limited impact on the Clarence Street traffic relative to what's there today. So the only other thing I would say, and I'm happy to answer any other questions, is that I would support Mr. Gladys's comments and also Mr. Medeiros' comments about this being a transit-oriented development. Here is an opportunity not only for people to live and work in close proximity and be able to take transit, but to walk and to cycle and to have a lesser transportation impact from a vehicular point of view than other parts of the city where we might see similar development.
Thank you, Julia. Is that it then for the applicant? I mean, I'll take some questions now. So.
You, Mr. Chair, just regarding the commercial uses that was raised. So the commercial uses will be fronting onto Greenwich. Just to give you an idea of the size, for 166, 176, 883 square meters. And for 180, 188, it'd be 753 square meters. It's on an extraordinarily large amount of commercial use. And as we indicated, we weren't looking necessarily at restaurant kinds of uses, but more like office and specialty retail, which typically have low levels of access and movement of people.
So any questions for the applicant at this time? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Well, if you could step back, and we'll now proceed to deal with the request that's come to us from staff. So in order to get this matter on the floor for discussion, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded by Councillor Sluss. And we have that being shared on the screen before us. So, discussion. Councillor Sicoli.
I'm talkative now that I had lunch. No, I think it's a great project. I'm happy to support it. I really hope that the developers take my comments regarding fixturing the commercial space appropriately. The last thing we want are a bunch of condos, because I know there's a lot of condos coming in and they've already gone in with commercial space, with a bunch of vacant commercial space at the bottom. And I think you would be wise to fixture them appropriately to allow for a variety of uses down there. Otherwise, I will be happy to support this today. Thank you.
All right, not seeing any other discussion. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Looks like it's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move to the last statutory hearing on our agenda this afternoon. It's item 4.5, It's zoning bylaw amendment PZ 0422 in respect to the property at 461 to 467 West Street. I believe we have the applicant coming in virtually. Yes, looks like we're having several people come in virtually. Nick, are you leading this?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will start. Good afternoon.
Identify who you have with you.
Absolutely. My name is Nick Dajak. I'm the planning consultant from Strict Baldwin Limones, or SBM, as well as the agent on this rezoning application, requesting a change from medium density residential to high density residential. Mr. Rob Multaney is also on the line. He's representing the applicant, and we also have members of the consulting team for some technical guidance if there's any technical questions. We have Erica Bailey, who's from Paradigm Transportation, Nikolai Gagasev from NG Architecture, and we have Louise Sanford, is another member from SBM, who did the civil engineering on the site. So obviously we'll be able to answer questions if there's any from yourselves or from the public after the presentation. I don't have a formal presentation. I just want to briefly skim over a few items, and I presume Nicole Goodman will provide an excellent presentation to go over the application in general. I just wanted to mention concurrently with this application for rezoning, we do also have a site plan application, and as part of these two applications coming in together, there were several technical reports needed, including land use compatibility study, traffic and parking study, geotechnical, heritage impact studies, servicing studies, and a few others. So we do have the technical details, and we're quite confident in the site's capability of being developed and being a good fit. Each of these reports were completed in support of the development, so we don't have any concerns or issues in terms of practical or feasibility. And we were confident that the building would be in keeping with the built form and the intensification goals of the city of Brantford's official plan and the engineering design guidelines. Earlier in the year, I think it was in May, we had a community information meeting that was coordinated by the city and allowed us to hear some of the concerns and comments from the landowners nearby. And we heard their concern. Subsequently, the application was amended. So we've been tweaking the design of the site to improve the overall development. For instance, underground parking was increased. We gained a few parking spaces from 116 spaces, which was originally provided, to 147. So quite a substantial increase in parking for the site, which brings the ratio up from 0.9 to 1.18. We also increased amenity space, which we heard is a concern. The amenity space was created by removing a couple of units from the building overall and creating an internal amenity space that could be used year round, but also along the edge of the building was provided with some enhanced landscaping and pedestrian connections that creates kind of a quasi public private open space along the streetscape and really animates those two arterial roads. But we're all aware that change is always difficult to accept in our communities. We understand that. We heard quite a few responses from the community members. However, we believe this project is in keeping with the city's goals and objectives for housing and intensification. Ultimately, we think it would complement the community and add a new housing type that isn't prevalent in the area, which would be the apartment housing use. This mid-rise building at 7 stories is higher than most developments in this area. There's a 3-story condo, 3-story townhouse development, which is the co-op directly south of us. But primarily it's a single story or 2-story single detached homes around to the west and to the north. To the east, we have a large employment area, which is ideal for the site. I think that is one of the big selling factors for us for this development here. It's located in a great area. It's in between the downtown and to the south, and the major shopping area to the north is Linden Park Mall and Fairview, and the employment area directly to the east. We have live, work, and shop, and all those good things in short walking distance. We have schools and parks, great access to the Highway 403. A lot of these boxes are being checked off for where we want to see higher density and intensification. So I think obviously, the planning report that was provided by staff supports this, recommends the application for approval, and we totally agree with this. We're excited for the development and to see it proceed. I just wanted to leave off with thanks to Nicole, the file planner on this file, Nicole Gilbrand, who's been really helpful in navigating the concerns and the issues and providing us with good feedback and hopefully the opportunity to move forward with site plan approval and building permits to get this project underway. So with that, Mr. Chair, we're obviously in support of the report and the recommendation to go through to council for approval. And myself and the team are happy to provide any responses to questions from the committee or public. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Nick. Committee members have any questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Through you to the applicant. At the ward meeting that was held, there was a lot of concern raised for the height of the building being 7 stories. Was there any consideration given to reducing it to perhaps 5 stories from 7?
Through the chair to Councilor Martin. One of the issues with just reducing density is feasibility. If you start chopping down buildings, then the project doesn't become feasible or practical anymore. So we are looking to maximize the site, obviously, to increase the number of units and density where we can, but it's got to be appropriate for the site as well. With the underground parking and parking that we have, we feel the height isn't, we understand privacy is a concern. We don't think that it would create a negative impact to the neighbors that are across West Street and to the north of Morton, which is the benefit of being a corner location. So I think the chopping the building in half or reducing it significantly is not something that we kind of considered. What we're looking at is improving the site plan, improving the layout, and improving the overall function of the site.
Okay, another concern was the parking. I see you've increased that. That's a good thing, but it's still below what's asked for in our planning staff. So I think normal is 1.5. And you quoted that because you're close to the 403, that's a selling feature. That means most of your tenants are going to have 2 vehicles. How are you going to accommodate the rest of the parking?
Through the chair to you, Councilor Martin. That's a good question. We feel that, well, maybe I could defer to Ms. Bailey as well, who did the transportation study and has a few recommendations, but generally, an apartment building like this, we do see lower rates than what the city of Brantford requires, 1.5. Generally, we see at least 1 per unit. So there's a mix of single and 2-unit apartments, which does help. Obviously, the 2-unit bedrooms would require more parking, and some single units would have 0 parking. So that is yet to be determined. But in terms of ratio, I'm comfortable with that. But I will defer to Ms. Bailey if she has any comments.
Sure. Thanks, Nick. Through you, the chair. We did, as part of our, please stop me if you can't hear me, by the way. As part of our work, we did a transportation impact study, and we also did a parking study. And part of that was reviewing data available for within the city of Brantford. This includes the Transportation Tomorrow survey, where we can look up specific zones within the city. Brantford is included in this study. And look at things like auto ownership for apartments in the area. And we're seeing auto ownership rates for this specific area being in line with what we've proposed. And we've also seen, comparing different years of data, we're seeing a decrease in auto ownership. And so we are seeing people making the shift towards reduced auto ownership, which a reduced parking rate supports that as well.
Okay, will the rents for these units be affordable, or are they going to be market rents? Are you planning to turning into a condo once it's built?
Yes, through you, Chair. The intent for this building would be to be condo minimized, and it would be at market rate.
Okay, and have you compared the parking requirements for condo versus apartments?
That I will defer to Ms. Bailey if there's a difference in that review. If there's a difference between apartments and condos.
We haven't done it as part of this specific study, but it's something that we've looked at through other work. And when it comes to apartments, we see as there's kind of a property manager for the whole building, and the parking is kind of managed overall. It's the kind of thing that I can't say definitively because we haven't done the research kind of across the board, but for communities in Canada, it's apartments show very slightly less than condos. But again, that's not something that we've looked at specifically within Brantford.
Okay, thank you.
Right, not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much, and be on standby. I'm sure we might need some reply. So I'll now ask staff. Nicole Goodbrand will be providing the input from staff. Nicole's attending in person. Good afternoon, Nicole.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So as discussed, this application is in regards to the lands located at 461, 467 West Street. The property is currently zoned residential medium density type A zone, or R4A. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property to residential high density with a site-specific exception to permit the development of a 7-story apartment building with 124 dwelling units. So the subject lands are located at the corner of West Street and Morton Avenue and consist of 4 separate parcels as of current. The property has an area of approximately 0.46 hectares or 4,600 square meters. As Nick talked briefly about, the subject lands are located within a section of West Street that is predominantly residential in nature. The subject lands abut residential uses to the south in the form of a multi-dwelling co-op development, and the neighborhood residential uses overall range in heights from about 1 to 3 stories. To the east, the surrounding lands consist predominantly of industrial and commercial uses. The subject lands are also adjacent to 477 West Street, which I'll touch on a little bit later, but it is designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and this property is located just north of the site. So the photo on the left identifies conceptual renderings, which illustrates the parking and the proposed scale and design of the development. The plan on the right depicts the floor level site plan, which includes the ground level parking. The applicants are proposing a conceptual design, as Nick mentioned, with between 19 and 21 units on each floor from the 2nd to the 7th, and those would be in configurations of 1 or 2 bedrooms. I would note 2 things for the committee, given that the site plan is on the screen for you to look at. So for the purposes of this application, staff and the applicant have considered West Street as the front lot line, just to articulate any kind of confusion with the many exterior and front. And in the top left corner of the site plan, you'll see that there's a daylight triangle, which has previously been dedicated to the city. So when the application was originally submitted and the setbacks were identified, they were identified in a general sense based on the front yard and the side yards as are generally identified. But through our kind of final look at that site plan and looking towards what the potential would be in this conceptual design, it was identified that that daylight triangle would require a front lot line and a exterior side of 5.3 meters specifically for that daylight triangle. So just to specify that, that would be slightly reduced from that corner to that daylight triangle. So as always, the application was evaluated with respect to the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the official plan, in which staff have determined that the proposed development does conform. The lands are designated intensification corridor, and as a part of the strategic growth area in the official plan, and they are located on a major arterial road. The intensification corridor is intended to function as the connective spine of the city, as we've seen with previous applications, and it supports a variety of uses, including retail and service commercial uses, office uses, hotels, and of course, residential uses in mid to high rise forms. Of course, this specific application is proposing a high rise residential proposal. So as mentioned previously, the property is zoned residential medium density type A, and the applicant is requesting to amend to a high density residential with a site specific exception. So a hybrid meeting was held on May 12th of 2022, and 8 members of the public attended. At that meeting, an initial proposal of a 7-story apartment building with 126 units and 116 parking spaces, or parking ratio of 0.9 spaces per unit, was identified. Nick briefly touched on that change throughout the process. In addition to the comments made at the meeting in person, a petition was also provided by one of the applicants, which included approximately 149 names. And further, before the committee, I believe in a physical format, written comments were submitted within the last week in regards to the most recent submission. Concerns in the comments provided by the public generally focused around parking, the proposed height and density, as kind of already discussed, the proposed setbacks, traffic, and overall compatibility. As identified in the report, the applicant took the feedback provided and submitted an updated submission based on what they heard. And some of those changes, as Nick touched on, include increasing the parking, a reduction in the dwelling units for the site, as well as improvements to the provided amenity space on the site. Additional development considerations, such as the preservation of the nearby designated heritage property, were of course also considered by staff. So in regards to the previously noted heritage property at 477 West Street, a heritage impact study was required and provided as a part of this application. Impacts of the proposed development on the site were evaluated, and 2 considerations regarding vibration and shadowing were noted. The report concluded that any potential adverse effects on the heritage property in regards to shadowing were not considered significant and within the accepted limits outlined in the City of Brantford's site plan manual. The study also recommended that the proposed development be monitored during construction at the property boundaries and to stop work immediately if construction created vibration that exceeded identified thresholds. The preparation for this monitoring would be completed through a conservation plan. And as a part of the application, the applicant is requesting reduced yard setbacks and an increased height compared to the currently permitted zoning requirements, as touched on, and concerns were raised by the public, as Councillor Martin noted. As a part of the evaluation of the proposed setbacks and height requests, a sun and shadow analysis was required for this application, and the shadow analysis provided identified that there was no instances of shadow impacts which exceeded the requirements outlined in the city's site plan manual, which of course would be further confirmed through that site plan process. Traffic and parking were also considered as a part of this application. On the left side of the slide, you will note a conceptual design which identifies the original design of the underground parking, again, conceptual in a pink hue, with additional parking, which was further articulated through the second submission in the white. For the initial submission to the submission before the committee now, the parking ratio increased from 0.9 parking spaces per unit to 1.18 parking spaces per unit. Concerns were raised by the public regarding parking in relation to that initial submission, as well as the second submission. But through staff's review of the submission and the supporting documents, staff are satisfied that sufficient parking is proposed as a part of the application for the proposed use. The applicant also submitted a traffic impact study, which supported the development. City staff have reviewed the study and have indicated no concerns regarding trip generation and traffic as a result of this application. Further, staff will review any updated transportation reports and plans for this proposal at the site plan stage. If at that time upgrades are needed, the upgrades would be at the cost of the developer and investigated through that site plan process. As far as overall compatibility, planning staff are of the opinion that the proposed conceptual design, as appropriately designed development, can be secured through the site plan process. Staff have worked with the applicant to adjust the proposed development to provide sufficient amenity space, including indoor amenity space, like a gym space, for example, which is shown on the slide there conceptually. The subject lands are designated through the OP to be developed into a denser built form. And as such, it has been envisioned that apartment buildings are an appropriate built form for this designation. Staff acknowledge that the proposed apartment building is more intensive than what we've previously seen in this area, as Nick also mentioned. But the building has been designed to respect the existing neighborhood scale, especially in regards to shadowing and that kind of impact, while also honoring what is foreshadowed for the future. So to support the proposed application, the applicant is requesting site-specific provisions, some of which I've already touched on. So they are requesting a reduction in a minimum front yard, interior, exterior side yard, and the rear yard. And it's through the evaluation of the shadow study and impacts on the neighboring properties and streetscape, staff have determined that the requested relief should have minimal impact on the surrounding uses and streetscape and is therefore acceptable. In regard to lot area and lot coverage, the requests are considered largely minor in nature. Further, similar size lot areas have been permitted in the past. And in relation to the lot coverage, the request is less than 1% of the additional lot coverage. And as mentioned previously, the parking ratio request is 1.18 spaces per unit, whereas 1.5 spaces per unit is required. This has been reviewed by staff and has been identified as appropriate in this instance. Staff have proposed 2 additional components to facilitate this development, a maximum height provision and a holding provision. So staff recommend that the maximum building height be limited to the 7 stories to reflect the shadow and sun studies completed to date. And a holding is recommended to ensure detailed modeling can be completed and required components such as the conservation plan to protect 477 West Street is completed in advance of the development of the site. So land calculations were completed for the site and the proposed development will consume less land if approved to achieve the same number of units in comparison to a single detached dwelling, even at our smallest single detached size. Planning staff support this application to rezone the property from R4A to site-specific residential high density and recommend that this application be approved. The proposed 7-story residential development is considered consistent and compatible with the surrounding development and will facilitate the development of residential housing, which will assist with meeting the minimum intensification and density targets in the growth plan. As previously noted, this application was evaluated with respect to the PPS, the growth plan, and the official plan, in which staff have determined that the proposed development conforms. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Could you flip back to slide 12?
Let's get the presentation back up again.
There we go.
It looks like it got cut off a little bit. I apologize.
You went through that quite quickly. So how much additional land would you require for the same number of units?
I think it's 2.5 acres approximately, or hectares, I should say.
Yeah. And what's that in acreage?
Ooh, that's a skill testing question.
You know, I was going to ask that. You should be ready for it.
Double check.
Okay. Well, you can. Yeah, you can get it to us. One thing that was a bit confusing me. So this does comply with the official plan?
Yeah, through you to you, Chair. So the official plan does identify as intensification corridor, which does permit mid to high rise built forms, including residential.
It doesn't define the number of floors.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Councilor Martin.
Thank you. In the floor plan for the ground floor, it looks like there's 2 entrances into the underground, 2 entrances, exits. It looks like the one could be closed and increase the parking by 2 or 3 cars.
Through you to Councilor Martin, Chair. So there is one entrance into the underground, and then the other is actually for the ground floor parking. So the one that comes around the side of the site, I guess the east side, goes to the underground. And then
Okay.
the one is actually to circulate on the ground level.
Okay, I didn't realize there was a parking level below that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Councillor Sluss?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An application earlier today, somebody wanted to build a house across the street from a home that was on the Heritage Register. And they had to be sympathetic to the look of that house, and that's how they got aluminum and brick and as opposed to what the neighbors wanted, which was solid brick. So it sounded to me like anything being built had to be sympathetic to the surrounding heritage, the ones in close proximity. And we have one here that is directly across the street from an all brick heritage building. And in fact, I think of a higher level. I believe it's I forget what the word is, a level 4 or whatever heritage. So has that been considered in the composition of the outside of the facade of this building?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Sluss. So, yes, so there was an HIA completed, and definitely materials are considered through the site plan process. It wouldn't necessarily be articulated at this stage, but I am also taking into consideration some of the changes with Bill 23 and our ability to control all of those matters. I think that has change slightly. That being said, there is consideration with heritage structures. If you're building something modern, sometimes it's good to juxtapose to make it clear that it's definitely different. And I think in this case, we're looking at a fairly different scale and style. And so it's more protecting that the uniqueness of the existing heritage designated property by kind of the differences in the proposed design across the street. But yes, as far as the HIA, that's where the conservation plan, as far as protecting the integrity of that building, is entirely a part of that process, and making sure that that designated property is not impacted by the development or the construction process for the site.
Yeah, no, I got that part of it, but I think in the report, I read that it talked about using high-end materials as opposed to using complementary materials. And I just, it could be very high-end material that is really the opposite of what should be used to be sympathetic to the heritage building across the street. And I guess that was my concern. Like it could be flashing red and it in and of itself, it's high-end and it standalone probably look very nice, but sitting beside a building that it's sitting beside wouldn't be very appropriate. And I just wondered if that was taken into consideration.
Through the chair to Councillor Sluss, I think through the site plan process and through the local ward councillors, that's still something that we would definitely provide recommendations on, regardless of Bill 23, and encouraging appropriate materials and designs given the context. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carpenter?
Thank you, Nicole. Great job, by the way. Under Bill 23, this application isn't under Bill 23, but if it were to come back under Bill 23, would there be other things? Would parking requirements be the same, or would they be reduced?
Through the chair to Councillor Carpenter. So given the form of the site as an apartment building, Bill 23 only, the parking specifications currently only pertain to those accessory dwellings. I forget the exact clause in the Planning Act, but it applies to essentially those additional units under single detached, semis, et cetera. I think row houses or townhouses as we call them. So the parking requirement for apartment dwellings hasn't been challenged at this point.
Okay, so it doesn't change?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Nicole, I've got a couple of questions. First one, you may not be able to answer it, but I asked it during the item 1.1 or 4.1, and that was, why don't we see, as we've seen many other times, the minutes of the neighborhood meeting? and also the actual letters or emails that are sent in.
Yeah, so through you to you, Chair. So I think, as Joe mentioned previously, and he may speak to it again, we were trying to streamline the reports. So they are still available, the neighborhood meeting minutes, and the petition that was provided at the time was provided to the ward councillors for actually both ward, the current ward and the neighboring ward. But we decided through the process of trying to streamline the reports that we would just speak to them as opposed to attaching them, but definitely something that we can alter in the future. I'm sure Joe can speak to that more so.
Yeah, I'm just one member and one opinion. I appreciate staff trying to streamline it, but I'd prefer not to streamline that part of it, if you wouldn't mind. Nicole.
No, so I think we've had a couple of offside conversations about the streamlining of the reports. So you'll notice to planning committee, the reports that you see today are actually structured quite differently than the reports that you've seen in the past. There's a lot more information being presented in the executive summary section of the report. We've included a lot of charts and pictures actually embedded in the body of the document versus in the appendices. We've added a new chart in the reports in this particular report. It's table 6, where what we've done is we've summarized the public comments that you've received to date. So we've done that by theme. So where the parking and traffic is a theme, we've identified the comment. And then what I think is also important is how staff are responding to the comment that we received. So I think in addition, what I'm hearing though is that I'd still like to see the chart in the report. I think it's easy and readily accessible information to committee members. And then we'll, in addition, we will include the meeting minutes so that they can be used as a cross-reference tool. So we can absolutely make that change, and you'll see that at the next planning committee.
Yeah, I certainly would appreciate that. I think it helps us better understand the input of the public if we see it in the raw format. Also, there was a question raised about parking, and that if there is insufficient parking, the spillover parking would be on adjacent streets. But there's no parking, is there not, on West Street?
Through the chair, Gary Peaver, Manager of Development Engineering. That is correct.
All right. And what about the side street? Morton.
Through the chair to yourself, on Morton Ave, there is no on-street parking towards the industrial area. I think towards the residential side of Morton Ave to the west, there would be availability, but it is further down the road.
Right, you'd have to cross West Street.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, okay. There was mention of a recreation area, and that what happened to the recreation area? That's the question asked. So was there a recreation area that was taken out and put back in? What's that about?
Through you too, Chair. So I believe I did provide a response to the commenter. I believe they were referring to amenity space. So in the initial submission, there was a request for a reduction in amenity space. But through collaboration with staff, the application was amended and the conceptual site plan was altered to include indoor amenity space as well as the exterior amenity space. So they actually achieve the required amenity space required under the zoning, whereas the initial submission was asking for relief. So I think that might be some of the discrepancy, but it does meet the amenity space for an apartment dwelling based on the kind of exterior pathway area that they're proposing around the site, as well as indoor space available to the residents.
And my last question to you, in your opinion as a professional planner, you believe the 7 stories to be appropriate and not inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhoods and the character of those neighborhoods. How did you arrive at that conclusion, that opinion? Given that we don't have another 7-story building in close vicinity to this building.
Absolutely. Through you to you. So definitely in the consideration of the site, height was a huge factor. And one of the main concerns we have with height is essentially kind of that experience from the streetscape and also on the properties, kind of that overbearingness. And a lot of that comes down to shadow analysis and kind of how that projects onto your site when you're in the surrounding area. And so that was a required component of this submission. And through that evaluation, it was noted that there is some subtle shadowing, which would be kind of expected with a higher building, kind of the first in this area to redevelop. But the impact of that is well within what we require through the site plan manual process and what we articulate in our policies, so that it doesn't pass in the required times of the seasons. There's not shadowing for longer than an hour on the respective properties around it. And the other thing that we consider is, again, with the setbacks and things, how that affects the streetscape. And given the size of West Street as well as Morton, the impacts on across the street is minimal or more minimal than you would see on a not a corridor in a higher intensity street such as West Street and then Morton. So those considerations in mind, looking again at the official plan, that really is our guiding document, and it does promote that intensification corridor. And just as like many of the applications we've seen in the last few months, kind of the first likely in this specific area to see that redevelopment and kind of that visioning for the future that is articulated in the official plan.
And the official plan is the document that really sets out sort of the planning vision for that area. And you're saying that this building is exactly what the official plan contemplates for this corridor.
Through you to you, yes, in consideration with making sure it fits with the existing surrounding area.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking of a building going up beside the number 2 fire hall on Fairview Drive. And to get it to fit into a neighborhood, they kind of step it down to make it make more sense, not this big rectangle square plunked into a neighborhood. And that seems to make it ease in as opposed to plunk down, if that's a term. Was that considered here, or should we be considering that here?
Through you, Chair, to you, Councillor Sluss. So much of that, the step ups and requirements in regards to kind of creating that streetscape come through our site plan manual and our urban design guidelines. So through the site plan process, we will kind of confirm those details. And in those documents, we do kind of define the slab style versus the point tower, I believe we refer to it as, or where it steps back. And there are requirements based on the kind of max height in which you can do slab style before you have to start pulling it back in. So all of those will be considerations through the site plan process and making sure that it meets our guidelines in that regard. But again, at this point, it is just at the zoning phase. They have submitted a site plan application, but it is subject, of course, to that zoning. And so there is always room at that next phase to shape what that design is through our engagement with the applicant.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that, because I think it does help it ease its way into a neighborhood as opposed to just all of a sudden appearing this big block. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Has there been any kind of a comparison done within Brantford for parking requirements for condos versus apartments?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, I might defer to Jeff, who's coming along behind me.
Through the chair, we have been actually conducting our own city-initiated parking counts. One count we did that might be similar to this was at Hayhurst Village. It's a much smaller building, but it does provide more than one parking space per unit. And in that case, we did find the parking ratio to be 1.15 at a maximum, which is very similar on par to what this one is proposing as well. We have looked at apartments and condominiums. And often we do find apartments have less parking than a condominium type style, but we are still doing a number of other studies, and we'll be bringing forward more information with our new zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, could you clarify that for me? So you looked at Hayhurst, and so what parking do they provide per unit?
Hayhurst Village provides one parking space per unit on outside of the building, plus 66 units have a separate deeded underground parking spot. So the total parking ratio we found there was 1.15, and that's considering that 66 of the units there have 2 parking spaces per unit.
Right, because some of them in that building are more than one bedroom. That's right. And were you able to track the actual usage of the parking spots?
Yeah, so we actually go and count how many cars are parked in the parking spots at different times of the day. The peak period for parking is usually between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.
And what did that analysis show?
It showed that the total usage for the number of occupied units was 1.15 spaces per unit. In that case, a lot of the vehicles at Hayhurst Village were parked in the underground parking. They just remained there. There were a lot of classic cars, et cetera, parked down there. This particular site did their own parking study as well at 301 Fairview, which is a 7-story building, similar in nature. And they found the parking yield to be only 0.7 spaces per unit.
And so you're in the middle of completing that study then?
We are. So far, the highest parking ratio we've seen at buildings that are 3 stories or above is 1.15 spaces per unit.
Right. And so in that study, you're looking at how much parking is actually at each building and how much is used on average and at peak times.
Exactly. We're not so much concerned about the average. We're really concerned about the peak times, which are usually in the middle of the night, early morning hours. So we're actually collecting data based on how many units are there, how many units are occupied, and then how many spaces are totally occupied, including both the residents and the visitors.
Great. Thanks very much. Good to know that. So I don't think there's any other questions. Thank you very much, Nicole. So we'll now move to the public hearing portion, or the public input portion. And we do not have any members of the public who registered to participate by virtual connection. So I will ask 3 times. Then if there's anyone present in the chamber that would like to speak either in support of or against this application, please come forward. I should note for the viewer that no one has come forward on that request. So I'll ask again, if there's a member of the public that is present today that would like to speak to this application, either in support of or against, please come forward. And for a third and last time, I will ask, is there a member of the public present who would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or against the application? Please come forward. So no one is in attendance, although staff have distributed a letter that we did receive from a neighbor to this property. We also have received in our report a pretty good summary, I believe, of what the concerns were that were raised at the neighborhood meeting. So I'm going to ask the applicant then, you now have an opportunity to reply to the concerns, questions, et cetera, raised during the portion where staff are providing input. So now your opportunity to go. So please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that Nicole did a great job at responding to the questions and reiterate maybe that, yeah, some of those comments regarding character, it's not exactly, it's common misconception that the buildings need to look identical to be matching character. And it's just, it could also be looked at in terms of an impact. So I did want to suggest that we did look at the buildings in terms of an impact. So for instance, I think Councillor Celeste mentioned step backs, and building orientation and configuration does play a big part of it. So if the building was rotated along Morton Avenue, for instance, and you had the giant shadow onto the residence just across the street of Morton Avenue, that would create a significant impact. So by stepping the building away and creating an L shape, we do reduce that the shadow impact to a very minimal amount to residents surrounding the area. So that is something that we have looked at in terms of character and fit. So I just wanted to mention that, and I didn't have anything else unless there's anything from Maltanies or anyone else. I'm good, thanks.
Anything else before I throw the floor open to questions? No. All right. Do any of the committee members have any questions for the applicant during the reply portion? Seeing no raised hands, thank you very much. So we'll now proceed to deal with the application. And I'm looking for a mover and a seconder then to get this item on the floor for discussion. Moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded by Councillor Sikoli. Staff, if you please bring it up for us. There we go. So floor is open for discussion. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this. We heard from residents in the area that the 7 stories is just too high and there was concern for the parking. As was noted, there's no parking on West Street or Morton Street East, so any overflow parking is going to be onto Morton, which is a residential area. And as you say, it's across West Street, so it's an awkward location for the people of this building to park. Given that they're planning on going to condo, I think the parking requirements are higher than for apartments. As someone who's had apartment buildings in the past, I know that parking for apartments is very much lower than condos. And but given that the nature of this one is it doesn't really look like it's geared towards seniors. It looks like it's geared more towards younger people who will be commuting to work and have 1 and possibly 2 cars per unit. So it's I think it's going to be a concern when this is built. And 7 stories is just too high for this neighborhood, in my opinion. So I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not so much a concern with this particular building, but it's a concern that I keep hearing on all these high rises. And the height seems to be okay as long as there's not a shadow. And I don't get that. And to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense. The shadow is a big thing, and I get that. You don't want your house in the dark all day because something tall is beside it. But in the meantime, if there's no shadow and you've got something gigantic as you look out your window, even if there's no shadow, that impacts your house. And to me, we don't look at that. We just look at the shadow and it's only on there for an hour, so therefore it's acceptable. I have trouble with that whole concept. I'll be supporting this project, but I think as we go on and look at them, I think there has to be a little bit more consideration given to the impact of something very, very large being built beside something very, very small. And it just doesn't make sense that our measurement is, well, if there's no shadow, it's okay, because I don't think it is. And I wouldn't want that across the street from me. And I don't think most people would. So I think it's just being reasonable to assume that somehow, if you're going to put something very tall beside things that aren't that tall, you should somehow step them in to mitigate as best you can the impact of something very large being built. So I guess my bottom line is we should be looking at more than just the shadow.
Councillor Carpenter.
Yeah, we should keep in mind, this is an intensification corridor that's been approved by previous councils, and we're going to see, we will be seeing a number of high-rise developments along West Street that are in the pipeline now that are higher. Some of them are 10, 12 stories. And we know the provinces wants more housing and more intensification. And Bill 23 is going to demand that. So I think you're going to see us, as much as I respect the concerns of my colleagues, we're going to have less and less say about the heights of buildings and intensification corridors, whether there's a small building next door or not. Bill 23 is going to demand it, and the intensification corridor demands it as well. So we know that it's not easy, but as Councillor Sluss said, maybe we can do that in some of the design, make some modifications. Thank you.
Councillor Sikoli.
Yeah, I will be supporting this. I don't think any neighborhood is going to be immune to the high rises that are coming to Brantford. And if not in an intensification corridor on West Street, then where? You know, we have a 12-story building in the middle of West Brant, Ward 1, and we're navigating that. So based on that alone, I will be supporting this. I do want to echo Councillor Sluss's comments with, you know, having these buildings step in makes it a little more palatable for the neighbors in the neighborhood. I believe, and it's aesthetically helps it to blend in, but if not here, then where? So I do have to support this. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be supporting it as well. I mean, I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors, especially those across the street, especially when this is the first of what will be more buildings along West Street. And I think that's the reality of life in Southern Ontario, which is land is increasingly scarce. That's why we're being pushed to intensify by the province, but it also makes a lot of sense because communities and cities can't anticipate they'll be able to grow and continue to sprawl forever. There's a limit to it. And in fact, the way you have to deal with that and the way the province is directing us to deal with it, and I think we've fully come to appreciate the last month or two, just how much power the province has to be able to direct us, that it's, you know, it's a euphemism, but it's true. And that is growing up, not out. And all municipalities in Southern Ontario are being pushed to do that. And I think for a lot of good reasons. Having intensification along a major corridor makes sense because you've got a roadway that's built for increased traffic. You have all the sewers and services that are in place. You have transit routes that on the streets that are adjacent to this unit. So as Councillor Secolia said, if you don't do a medium rise, and this is kind of a medium to high density building, I mean, where would you do it in our community? And our official plan, we've already made that decision, and that's what the official plan is for. And the official plan designates West and some other major corridors as what are called intensification, which means for buildings of this nature. And I suspect the problem here is this is the first of what is going to come and is happening along West Street. And that's just the reality of ways cities are now going to have to grow because one, common sense directs that, and two, the province is insisting. So with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? It's carried. Turn it over to you, Councillor Celeste, to finish the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no registered delegations this afternoon, and I believe we have already approved the minutes, have we not, Madam Clerk? Yes. So having said that, can I get a mover and a seconder to place? Oh, the minutes are on the floor. The consent items. They've been approved as well. Well, we don't have to approve those. We have no notices of motion, and having said that, I guess we're adjourned. Thank you.